Yeah, good afternoon, one and all. We welcome you once again to the 75th Republic Day celebrations organized and by Sri Holistic Health Foundation India and Sri Research Institute Center for Art Sciences and Wellbeing, commemorating 75th Indian Republic Day. As we all know, Republic Day marks the adoption of the Indian Constitution and the country's transition to a republic on January 26, 1950. Every year we celebrate Republic Day, and the celebrations mark the day featuring spectacular military and cultural pageantry and parade in all the states. In New Delhi, armed forces personnel march along the Kartavya path in an elaborate display of military might. The epic shown on the Kartavya path eclipses everything else happening across the country on this auspicious day. The celebration inaugurated with a grand parade, which is held in the capital, New Delhi, from Raisina Hill near the Rashtrapati Bhavan, that is President's House, along with the Kartavya Path, past India Gate, and onto the historic Red Fort. On this day, ceremonious parades take place on the Kartavya Path, which is performed as a tribute to India, its unity in diversity, and its rich cultural heritage by the states of India by building beautiful tableaus. So the theme for the tableau or the tablets at the Republic Day Parade 2024 has been decided as Bharat Loktantra Ki Matru Janani, Bharat, the mother of democracy. So India will always be grateful to the brave men and women who sacrificed their lives in the service of nation. Their exemplary service motivates crores of Indians, as quoted by Narendra Modi ji. So as part of the celebrations, we organized offline celebrations and also online celebrations to give everyone opportunity and also to celebrate together on this wonderful occasion and a once in a lifetime opportunity where we can share our thoughts, feelings, experiences, and also presentations on the occasion of 75th Republic Day related to the glory of India, past, present, and future, the permanent theme which we have taken up for the Independence and Republic Days commemorations. So it includes all fields. It may be culture, music, social development, economic development, physiological development, geographical, or any advancements in science, technology, agriculture, space. So there is no topic that is left or that cannot be part of this celebrations. So we invite and request all the presenters, participants to take this wonderful opportunity to share your knowledge and presentations on this platform. So we now invite our first speaker of the day, Virendra Kumar Thakurji. He would be presenting on 3 major criminal acts. He is presently working as assistant professor in computer science and engineering, Govind Ballabh Pant Institute of Engineering and Technology, Uttarakhand. He is also an RTA resource person and also an advocate. He has contributed immensely on this platform through his dissemination of knowledge on various topics, especially related to legal field. So we welcome you all once again to the celebrations. And now I hand over the session to Virendra Kumarji for his presentation. And in the meanwhile, we request other presenters to share your topic and details in the chat box so that we can announce and invite you for the presentation. Virendra Kumarji, you can unmute yourself, start your video.
Yes, sir. I have unmuted. I hope I am visible also.
Yes, sir. Welcome you. Happy Republic Day.
Happy Republic Day to you and all the audience. I'm connected from two devices, so I will be making presentation from my laptop and I will be using mobile phone for audio. I hope my voice is clear. Yes, thank you. So I will be sharing my presentation from laptop. Well, today I will talk about a very important development in the legal field. That is, after around 150, 160 years, a major change has happened, and the entire criminal manual, that is three major criminal acts: Indian Penal Code, the Code of Criminal Procedure, we call them IPC and CRPC, and the Indian Evidence Act. So these three have been repealed. The new laws have not yet come into force, but the Lok Sabha has passed them. The Rajya Sabha has also passed. The President of India has also given her assent to the three bills. So they have become the acts. They have been published in the Gazette of India. Although the date of exact coming into effect of these provisions has not yet been notified, but it is likely to be notified soon. And maybe they around 1st April or so, the three new laws are likely to come into effect. These are the three major criminal acts, and the new names are Bharatiya Nyay Sanhita, that is supposed to replace the Indian Penal Code. I hope by sharing, well, it is sharing is not yet visible. I will try to share it so that you are able to see also. Yes, I have shared, and I hope after a network delay of 5 to 10 seconds, it should be visible to you. Is it visible, sir? Yes.
Yes, sir.
It is appearing on my other device. Okay. So these three criminal major acts, that is Bharatiya Nyay Sanhita, which is supposed to replace the Indian Penal Code, Bharatiya Nagrik Suraksha Sanhita, which is supposed to replace the Code of Criminal Procedure, that is CRPC, and Bharatiya Sakshya Adhiniyam, that is supposed to replace the Indian Evidence Act 1872. So these are the three major acts. And instead of the piecemeal changes, now it is a complete overhaul of these three major acts, which we consider as a part of criminal manual. Although Bharatiya Sakshya Adhiniyam applies to civil as well as criminal proceedings both. So we shall see what are the important changes. So these three are very big acts, and we cannot cover each and every change or every provision. But I have made a comparative analysis of the previous provisions and the new provisions. So the Lok Sabha on 28 December has passed this act, and these three bills have become the acts, and they are supposed to replace the colonial era criminal laws by voice vote. The three bills were introduced by Home Minister Amit Shah on 13 December 2023. The names of the redrafted bills are the Bharatiya Nyay Second Sanhita. Earlier, they were introduced on 11th August. And since with the same name, they cannot be introduced in the same year. So therefore, they are called as Second Sanhita, Bharatiya Nagrik Suraksha Second Sanhita, and the Bharatiya Sakshya Second Bill. So the first bill were referred to the Standing Committee of on Home Affairs of the Parliament. They have representatives from all the political parties, from Lok Sabha as well as Rajya Sabha, and they gave a lot of suggestions. And since there were many recommendations and changes suggested, therefore the original bills were withdrawn, and on the next day, these second bills were reintroduced. And after the second bills were introduced, they were passed on 20th and 21st, and then on 25th December, they became an act. These three acts. So these three bills will replace the Indian Penal Code 1860. So it is almost 123 years that it is going to be replaced. The Code of Criminal Procedure Act of, say, earlier there were 1888 and 1898. Then came the 1973. So now the 1973 bill, say, Act of CRPC will be replaced by this 2023. 1972, that is almost 51 years to be changed. So we shall see what is the purpose of these bills. So these bills were say framed after consultations, and it was almost a 4 to 5 years history. That is, the work had started from 2018 2019, and NLU Vice Chancellor was the chairman of NLU Delhi was Vice Chancellor, was the chairman of the drafting committee. Amit Shah, every comma and full stop before they were say tabled in the Lok Sabha. Earlier there were a lot of mistakes, and most of the recommendations of the all party standing committee on home affairs were accepted, and then many errors and cross referencing errors and punctuation errors were removed. The three bills will establish a justice system based on Indian thinking. So the existing laws reflect the colonial mindset of punishing for a crime but not doing justice. The three proposed criminal laws will free people from colonial mindset and its symbols. So many of the old 19th century terms have been uh, removed from these three acts. The current laws were aimed at protecting the treasures and the crown of British rulers. So the law of treason, that is section 124A of IPC, is now repealed. Supreme Court had already asked in an ongoing case where it was prayer was to make it say declare it as unconstitutional. So that is now replaced by another say section. So the law of treason made by British has ended, and now the country's security is paramount. So anyone can say anything against the government. Now this has been allowed in the new law. So Raj Droha is not an offense now. But the Desh Droha will be an offense. That is, speaking against the government is allowed, but the speaking against country will not be allowed. So, but if someone interferes with the country's flag, security, or property, or say unity, integrity, and sovereignty, then they will go to jail. So, this is the major change. So, a new section 152 has been introduced in BNS. The laws brought by the British focus on punishment, severing railway lines, and insulting the British crown. Punishment for crimes against women were given low priority. And to emphasize this point, it is seen that murder was placed in section 302. Now there is complete overhaul of chapter, and many chapters have been say priority has been changed. Even the sections have been renumbered, and some have been drafted again. So we shall see what are these changes. In the new bills, priority has been given to dealing with crimes that affect the human body. So this chapter of offenses against human body has been divided into two chapters, 5 and 6 in the PNS. That is, offenses against women and children is now chapter 5, and offenses against human body, that is chapter 6 now. After that, the security of the country's borders has been given priority, that is offenses against the state. And after that, electoral offenses have been taken into account, which was 178 to 171I. So now that is another say chapter. As far as terrorism and sedition, so terrorist act has been made an offense. and there is a new section 113 in Bharatiya Nyaya Sanhita. The new proposed bills also define terrorism in modern context. Earlier, we had state laws like we had POTA, TADA, they were repealed, and some sections were imported into UAPA, Unlawful Activities Prevention Act. So instead of that, now this, since IPC is applicable all over India, so this BNS will apply all over India, and regardless of the states, say this will come into effect all over India. So Terrorist Act is a new offense under IPC, BNS. For the first time, the government is going to criminalize terrorism so that no rogue can take advantage of it. Sedition has been turned into a treason. That is, instead of Raj Droha, it will be Desh Droha that will be punishable. As per the proposed laws, criticizing government or government functionaries is fully permissible. So 124A, in which Vinay Damodar Savarkar, Bal Gangadhar Tilak were prosecuted. So now that section has been repealed. Now, treason is a new offense. So, new law shifts its focus from individual to the nation. That is, nobody can now utter like Bharat tere tukde ho gaye, and like that, that becomes punishable because it is against the sovereignty and unity of country. So, any activity will be considered treason only if it is intended against the integrity, sovereignty, and unity of the nation, and not just because it is against the government. So, anyone can say anything against the government, but if something interferes with the country's flag, security, or property, they will go to jail. Even in property, that is mischief, 425 IPC, that has been replaced, and now if it is mutilation of or destruction of government property, so that is also made punishable now. The new law will criminalize treason caused by armed revolution, destructive and separatist activities. That is new section 152. Now we see the consultation process. Now there is even some propaganda that these were introduced on 21st, passed on 22nd, and on 25th. So it is not a 5-day process. We have to understand that it took more than 4 years, 5 years. So 3,200 suggestions by Supreme Court judges, High Court judges, governors, civil servants, police service officials, MPs, CMs, collectorates, and MLAs had been taken into consideration before giving final shape to the proposed laws. The IPC had 511 sections, and now it has 358. Some sections were also introduced through amendments. So 511 plus 63, that is 574 sections were there. Now, if we see the comparison with the old law, so 21 new crimes have been added. Duration of imprisonment has been extended in 41 crimes. That is, although the sections remain same, but the punishment has been increased. Imprisonment has been increased in 41 offenses. In 82 crimes, fines have been increased. If we see IPC, the fines were ranging from 10 rupees to 500 rupees, ridiculously low. And there was a recommendation by joint committee that they should be increased at least 50 times. That was not done since 160 years. Now the fines have been changed and they have been increased, say, in 82 crimes. In 25 crimes, minimum punishment has been introduced. So if there is minimum punishment, then the judge cannot uh, ignore that provision. And if there is a minimum 6 months or minimum 3 months for a particular offense, then that minimum punishment has to be given if conviction is approved. So that minimum punishment has been prescribed. In a crimes, community service has been introduced. Now there are some alternative punishments which are very popular in other countries. In India, we have seen that only in movies like, say, Dushman, Du Aake Barahat, Karma, Sholay. So this community service is an alternative punishment where the criminals or offenders are taken into for good service so that they would serve the public. And this community service has been introduced in 6 crimes and 19 sections have been removed. Some sections were already repealed, so the renumbering has been done, and some sections have been removed, deleted in the new law. As far as law for women and children is concerned, so now there is a new chapter, that is the chapter of offenses against human body is broken into 2 chapters, that is 5 and 6. So provisions on sexual assault on women below the age of 18 years have been aligned with the POCSO Act, that is say protection of children from sexual offenses at 2012. So there was difference of this age. So instead of 12 and 16, for which there were 376D and 376DB, so now the age has been increased to 18 for rape on women below 18 years. So that is punishable. So instead of D and DB, now there is a single section. and which will prevent the accused from taking advantage of say lenient provisions of the penal code, so that there is no conflict between the special act, that is POCSO, and the general act, that is the IPC. So in the cases of rape of minors, lifelong imprisonment or death penalty has been mandated. So from 63 to 69, different types of rape have been defined. And earlier it was 375, 376, 376A, 376B, 376C, 376D, DA, DB, E. So instead of that, now there are some redrafting has been done. In case of gang rapes, 20 years of imprisonment or lifelong imprisonment has been mandated. And the laws have been made gender neutral by including the trade of minor boys as a crime. So instead of girl, the word is now child, because there could be sexual offenses against children, say boys also. So now 3 sections have been made gender neutral. If we come to terrorist act, so new section 113 is introduced in BNS. So anyone who uses dynamite, poisonous gas, etc. against the well-being of the nation will be considered a terrorist. Apart from that, any activity that threatens the security of the government of India, any state or any foreign government, or any international government organization will be seen as terrorist activities. Earlier, we had POTA, Prevention of Terrorist Activities at 1987, TADA, Terrorist and Disruptive Activities Act. POTA was of 2002, TADA was 1987. Then after repealing of POTA, some that is Unlawful Activities Prevention at 1967. Now this offense has come into IPC. So the definition has been drafted as per, and it has been modified as per the suggestions of the Standing Committee of Parliament. Now, these new laws aim at complete change in, say, criminal justice system. So, Union Home Minister and Minister of Cooperation, Shri Amit Shah, replied to the discussion on the BNS 2023, the BNSS 2023, and BSA 2023 in the Lok Sabha on 28th December. So, the Lok Sabha passed the bills after discussion, and for the first time, changes have been made. 35 MPs spoke on that occasion in the Parliament, in Lok Sabha and Rajya Sabha. So for the first time, changes have been made in the 3 laws, converting the nearly 150 years and old criminal justice system concerning Indianness, Indian Constitution, and people of India. The purpose of punishment should be to give justice to the victim and establishing an example in the society. So instead of Indian Penal Code, the word is now Bharatiya Nyaya Sahita. So instead of say criminal centric, it is now victim centric. There is also criticism that fines have been increased so much. So how can it be said that it is victim centric? But if we see if the fine of 10 rupees to 500 rupees in 1860 was there, it was drastic fine. And now, even if though the fines have been made up to say 1,000, 2,000, 5,000, 10,000, so they are still low compared to the if we consider the inflation in last the past 160 years. So considering that, we can say the fines have been drastically reduced if we compare the 10 rupees of say IPC 510 in 1860 with 1,000 rupees in say BNS 2023. So although it appears that the fines have been increased, but if we consider the inflation, then it will be very clear. These 3 laws made with the Indian soul will bring a huge change in our criminal justice system. Now the priorities in the old law and the new law, that is obvious from the this arrangement of the chapters. So the government has a policy of zero tolerance against terrorism, and these laws also have been such provisions so that no terrorist can escape punishment. In old laws, instead of homicide and abuse of women, only priority was given to protection of treasury and the British crown. While in the new laws, crimes against women and children, matters affecting the human body, these are chapter 5 and 6. Then there is security of say country's borders, that is chapter 7, offenses against the state. Then crimes related to the army, navy, and air force. Then electoral crimes. Then tampering with coins, currency notes, and government stamps, etc. are kept first. So there were separate chapters earlier for coins, that is counterfeit coins, currency notes, banknotes, and government chapter stamps. So instead of these 3 chapters, they have been much compacted, and there is now a single chapter for these 4 types of offenses, that is coins, currency notes, banknotes, and government stamps. Taking a historic decision, the government has completely removed the section on sedition and has replaced sedition with treason. That is issued of 124A. Now there is 152, which was earlier 150 in the bill introduced in first bill introduced in August 2023. Now, the aim is to have a new justice system. So after implementation of these laws brought by Modi government, there will be a new justice system in the country. The country's security is paramount. Anyone can say anything against the government, but if anyone say fiddles with India's flag, borders, and resources, then he will definitely go to jail. The aim is to increase the conviction rate from 10% to 90%. That is quite drastic aim. That is, there is an aim to change the say all the four pillars of criminal justice administration. That is the police, prosecution, judiciary, and the prisons. That is correctional administration. The three new laws have been made victim-centric while making police accountable. And there are some provisions where the new timelines have been introduced in the BNSS, that is Bharatiya Nagrik Suraksha Sanhita. The one who repents on his act deserves sympathy. Now, eradicating the symbols of slavery. So, Union Home Minister said that 35 MPs have expressed their views on these bills. 1200-page report on these three acts is available on the MHA website of Ministry of Home Affairs. So these reports, along with the dissenting notes from the opposition MPs, are all public since 10th November. Prime Minister Narendra Modi has urged to eradicate the mentality and symbols of slavery and pave the way for the creation of a great India with new confidence at the earliest. Prime Minister Narendra Modi had exhorted from the ramparts of the Red Fort that the country should soon get freedom from colonial laws, and in accordance with that, the Home Ministry had started intensive discussions from 2019 to bring changes in these three old laws. One of my professors, that is Professor Balraj Chauhan, who taught me in Lucknow University in LLB, he was also a member of drafting committee, has been vice chancellor of two national law universities in India. He was a member of this committee. The old laws were made by foreign ruler to run his rule and govern its slave subjects. Now, if we see the basic spirit of our constitution, the constitution came into effect in 1950, but these old laws were not changed. Instead of that, an ALO was passed, that is adaptation of laws order. And that adaptation was law of laws order 1950 stated that all the British laws will remain effective in India until the elected government changes them. But they were not changed since last 75 years. So now these new three major criminal acts have been brought, and these old laws have been repealed. These are likely to effect on say 1st April or on whichever date the government notifies. The new laws being brought in place of three old laws have been made on the basis of the three basic spirit of our constitution, that is freedom of the individual, that is already there in section 20 and 22 of the constitution of India, human rights, and the principle of equal treatment to all. Justice has not been imagined in the three old laws, and only punishment has been considered as justice. We have uniform criminal code in the system, so it will apply to all religions and all caste. So regardless of caste and religion, it will be applicable on all Indian citizens. It also has extra territorial effect in some cases. The purpose of giving punishment is to give justice to the victim and to set an example in the society so that no one else commits such a mistake. That is a deterrent effect. So there are different aims of penology, Danda Shastra, that is deterrent effect, preventive effect, corrective effect. So different types of punishments are there. So the deterrent effect had completely gone away from the old laws because there was punishment as low as 10 rupees or 500 rupees. So now these have been changed. These three new laws are being humanized for the first time after so many years of independence. So now this another alternative concept, we can say it is started on experimental basis, that is community service, which is very popular in Western countries. The initiative, this initiative has freed these three laws from the mentality and symbols of slavery. The old laws were not made for citizens of this country, but for the security of British rule. And in the old laws, instead of giving priority to homicide and misbehavior with women, priority was given to the protection of treasury, protection of railways, and the safety of the British crown. In new laws, crimes against women and children, matters affecting human body, society, the security of the country's borders, crimes related to army, navy, and air force, electoral crimes, tampering with coins, currency notes, and government stamps, etc., are kept first. And for the first time, laws are going to be made according to the spirit of our constitution. So the case law, that is the judgments pronounced by the Supreme Court of India and High Courts from time to time during past 160 years, that also includes the judgments of Privy Council that was in existence before 1950. So they have been taken into account, and the sections that were declared unconstitutional, so they have been deleted, and some of the important case laws have been incorporated into the main BNS, BNSS, and BSN now. So these changes have been made so that they are as per the constitution. Now closing all loopholes. Earlier, so many loopholes were there, and that's why the say this conviction rate was very low. So the government had done the work of closing all its loopholes by explaining terrorism for the first time in these laws. So there is a new definition in 113 section of this BNS. In these laws, the work has been done to convert sedition into treason, and such determination has been laid in it that anyone who harms the country will never be spared. And all the provisions have been made in this law to equip our judicial system by imagining all the possible technological innovations that may take place in the coming 100 years. So if we see the force of technology, so that we shall discuss in BNSS, a new offense of mob lynching. So murder is now in section 103, and in 1031 subsection 1 is about murder, and if it is more than 5 people, if it is done by more than 5 people, then that is mob lynching. The word mob lynching has not been used, but the definition has been given in subsection 2 of section 103. So mob lynching is a heinous crime, and there is a provision for death penalty for it in these laws. Death penalty earlier was for only 11 offenses that one criminal conspiracy. Now it is for 19 offenses. The death penalty is there in the new the BNS. A good balance has been maintained between the rights of the police and the citizens. That is one of the basic principles of say CRPC. Provisions have been made in these laws to increase the rate of punishment and to prevent cyber crimes. So even cyber crimes have been included, although we already have IT at 2000, but few cyber crimes are included now in IPC also. To reduce the burden on jails, community service is also being included as a punishment for the first time, and it is being given legal status. We have very less capacity in jails, and jails are often overcrowded. Although capacity is less, but their turnover is more. That is, prisoners come and go. So now community service has been introduced in this. If we see this justice, equality, and fairness, so a total of 3,200 suggestions were received regarding these laws, and he himself held 158 meetings to consider these three laws. So these 158 meetings were presided by Amit Shah ji. On August 11, 2023, these three new bills were sent to the Standing Committee of the Home Ministry for consideration, and all three new laws have been brought on the basis of the basic principles of justice, equality, and fairness. Now, if we see the changes that are there, so if we consider first the IPC and BNS, so Bharatiya Nyaya Sanhita, which will replace IPC, will now have 358 sections instead of the earlier 511 sections, and 63 sections were added through amendments. So instead of 574, there are 358, and it is much compact. 21 new offenses have been added in it. The term of imprisonment has been increased in 41 offenses. Penalty has been increased in 82 offenses, that is fine, monetary penalty. Mandatory minimum punishment has been introduced in 25 crimes, and there are provisions of community service as a punishment in 6 crimes, and 19 sections have been repealed. So these are the major changes. If we compare the CRPC and the Bharatiya Nagrik Suraksha Sanhita, so BNSS will replace CRPC, which has total of 484 sections, and some 51 sections were added through amendments. So it had actually 535 sections, because many amendments were done in past 50 years. Now the new BNSS will have 531 sections. 170 sections have been changed, although titles are same, but some sections and subsections have been added in that. 9 new sections have been added, and 14 sections have been repealed. If we compare now the Indian Evidence Act with the Bharatiya Sakshi Adhiniyam, so now the Bharatiya Sakshi Adhiniyam, which will replace Evidence Act, will now have 170 sections instead of earlier 167, and 18 sections were added through amendments. So actually there were 185. So instead of 185, now there will be 170 sections. 24 sections have been amended, 2 new sections have been added, and 6 sections have been repealed. If we now come to the concept of justice, So justice is an umbrella term, and that's why the act is now named as Bharatiya Nyaya Sanhita. And it lays the foundation of a civilized society. An attempt has been made to fulfill the people's expectation of justice through these three new bills. So the main concept, that is delayed justice, or we say justice delayed is justice denied, and there was this tariq pe tariq that was going on in the courts. So many provisions have been made in the Bharatiya Nagrik Suraksha Sanhita, and timelines have been introduced in 45 different timelines have been introduced. So for registering FIR, for filing charge sheet, for say pronouncing judgment, for many different things, the timelines have been introduced for taking cognizance, etc. So legislature, judiciary, and executive together will establish the Indian idea of justice system in this country. So even in some cases, the powers of the president and governor and the Supreme Court and High Court have been curtailed in a few say provisions related to say pardon and this that is clemency, and some procedure has been laid down so that there is time bound limit, and within 30 days the mercy appeal has to be done now. Earlier, there were laws with a centralized idea of giving punishment. Now, victim-centric justice is going to be introduced. The ease of justice has been realized through simple, consistent, transparent, and accountable procedures, and fair, time-bound, evidence-based, speedy trials have been kept for enforcement, which will reduce the burden on courts and jails. So now, entire trial procedure can be will be computerized. The provision is made in BNSS. The government has streamlined the prosecution on the basis of forensic science in the investigation and made it mandatory to record the statement of rape victim through audio video mode. So firstly, all the offences having punishment more than 7 years, there will be compulsory visits by the forensic science team. So forensic science is being given importance in the new laws. As far as the statement of rape victim is there, so now it can be done through audio video electronic means also. So this audio video electronic means is defined in section 2A of the BNSS, and it can be through video conferencing now. After the passing of the new laws, there will be a single justice system in the entire country from Kashmir to Kanyakumari and from Dwarka to Assam. A provision has been made regarding the director of prosecution, and this director of prosecution was recommended by Justice Malimat Committee, Chief Justice of Karnataka High Court, in 2003 when he submitted his report to Lal Krishna Advani, the then Home Minister of India. So he had recommended about the Director General of Prosecution. So now it will not only be at the state level, but now it will be there at district level also. So there will be Director General of Prosecution and there will be Director of Prosecution at all the districts in India. Now an independent Directorate of Prosecution will be established in every district at the state level, who will decide the appeal in the case in a transparent manner. That is, if it has to be challenged, the judgment of the court is to be challenged in superior courts, that is in session courts, high courts, or say Supreme Court, then time-bound decision will be taken. In many cases, police accountability has been fixed, and information about the arrested person will have to be mandatorily maintained in every police station, and there will be a designated officer in every police station. That provision is now made in the BNSS. If we consider the crime against related to human and body, so in Bharatiya Nyaya Sanhita, priority has been given to crimes related to human and body like rape, gang rape, crime against children, murder, kidnapping, and trafficking, etc. A historic decision has been taken and section of sedition is completely removed and sedition has been replaced with treason. No one can speak against this country and no one can harm its interest. If anyone plays with the flag, borders, and resources of India, he'll definitely have to go to jail because the government thrust is that the security of the country comes first. Now we come to this section 152, that is treason. So the purpose and intent in the definition of treason was discussed so that the Supreme Court does not say again declare it unconstitutional. So now the wording is quite changed. And if the purpose is treason, then the government, say accused should be given the harshest punishment. These new initiatives by the government is according to the spirit of the Constitution. And if anyone goes say does anything against the country, he will definitely be punished. In order to expel the British from the country, thousands of freedom fighters spent the golden years of their lives in jail on charges of sedition. Today, this initiative of the government will definitely give satisfaction to their souls that in independent India, this unjust provision has been now abolished. Coming to chapter 5, that is safety of women and children. So various provisions have been made in these laws for the safety of women and children. A new chapter in this regard has been added in Bharatiya Nyaya Sanhita. Actually, the previous old chapter of offense against human body is broken into two chapters, chapter 5 and chapter 6. There is a provision for life imprisonment and death penalty for the crime of rape of a woman under 18 years of age. Now, there was some contradiction earlier some conflict between POXO and this IPC, and even women below 12 years and say girls below 16 years. So now the age has been increased from 12 and 16 to 18, because the girls below 12 years are already say girls below 16 years. So the conflict was whether to prosecute them under 376 DA or 376 DB. So to remove that conflict, now there is only single section, and it will prosecute for say uh, uh, say rape on say women below 18 years. So that is punishable. In cases of gang rape, there is a provision of imprisonment of 20 years or imprisonment till death. Capital punishment has been retained in the new BNS. Now, for terrorism, for the first time after 75 years of independence, the government has given a place to terrorism in the criminal justice system. It is the terrorist who violates human rights. So, when some human rights organizations speak about the rights of, say, accused, they forget what are the rights of the victim. So, it is the terrorist who violates human rights, and he should be given the harshest punishment. So, if any death occurs in incidents like the use of dynamite, explosive material, poisonous gas, or nuclear, then those responsible for it will be considered involved in terrorist acts. So, they have been included in definition of terrorism. This definition leaves no scope for misuse of this law, but those who commit terrorist acts should get the harshest punishment, and the approval of this section by this House will send a message of say zero tolerance against terrorism. This was said by the Home Minister Amit Shah during the debate on Parliament. By eliminating all the signs of slavery of the British era, now this is going to become the complete Indian law. Now we come to organized crime. So new section 111 and petty organized crime 112. These are two new sections that are introduced. So organized crime. Earlier we had state law like say Makoka, Maharashtra Control of Organized Crime Act, Gujkoka in Gujarat. So even Makoka was adopted in Delhi also. Now instead of the state laws, we have central system, so it will become applicable all over India instead of just two or three states. So organized crime has also been defined and explained in these laws for the first time. So in case of culpable homicide, there is a provision for lesser punishment if the accused goes to police to report the case and takes the victim to the hospital for medical treatment. So there will be punishment only of 2 years. But for the hit and run cases, we have made a punishment provision of 10 years of imprisonment. Recently, there was some opposition to this provision, but these have not yet come into effect, and it is promised that these say transport organizations will be taken into effect, and they are mainly opposed to section 106 subsection 2. So let us see whether that section comes into effect or not when the finally it gets notified and it comes say notified in the official gazette. Now if we come to BNSS, so FIR, that is first information report, then medical examination, charge sheet, and cognizance. So now the police we have to register and FIR within 3 days of the complaint. And in cases having a say punishment of 3 to 7 years, the FIR will have to be registered after preliminary investigation. See, the major changes are zero FIR. Zero means if offense happens anywhere in India, FIR can be registered anywhere. So earlier the provision was there, but that was through case laws, and it was not written in CRPC. Now it is written in BNSS. So FIR can be registered anywhere. Then EFIR, electronic FIR. So FIR can be registered online, and of course it will then one person will have to go to police station and sign that within 3 days in physically. And there was no provision of preliminary inquiry. So if false FIRs are say filed, then it was one had remedy of say 154.3, that is writing to SP, and 156.3, that is writing to magistrate. So instead of that, the provision of preliminary investigation is introduced, and the police will have now powers of say having preliminary investigation, and then they will take decision within 14 days. Now a provision has been made to send the medical examination report of the rape victim directly to the police station and court within 7 days without any delay. So as far as rape victims are there, so within 7 days, this report will be sent. Now the time limit for filing the charge sheet. Earlier the charge sheet was, say, if their say arrest has been made, it was 60 days for offences say having less than 7 years punishment. It was 90 days for having punishment more than 7 years. Earlier it was 2 years if the arrest has not been made for offences having less than 3 years of say 7 years of punishment. And it was 3 years for offences having more than 7 years of punishment. Now this time of 2 years and 3 years has been reduced. So it is now fixed at 90 days. And after the investigation can be conducted only for another 90 days with the permission of the court. So it can be 3 months, and it can be extended up to 6 months maximum. The magistrate will have to take cognizance of the case within 14 days, and then action will start. So now there is restriction on magistrates also, that cognizance, that is arop patra. So charge sheet is the report that is given by police to the judge, while charge sheet is given by judge to the accused, that you have done so and so act on so and so place on so and so date and time, and this is violation of so and so section of this particular act. Do you plead guilty or not? So if he pleads guilty, then the say judgment can be pronounced without trial, and if he pleads not guilty, then the trial starts. So now this time has been reduced to 14 days for taking cognizance. Now to ensure time-bound justice, that is to do away with this tariq pe tariq system. So the request for acquittal by the accused will also have to be made within 60 days. That is, after charge sheet has been filed, this request for acquittal can be made only within 60 days. There are many cases in which the accused can be tried and say sentenced even in his absence within 90 days. So a new trial in absentia has been introduced. Then say notice will be published in the say newspapers. His friends and relatives will be informed, and if it doesn't appear, then trial in absentia will be there, assuming that he has waived his right for trial. Now the judge will have to give his decision within 45 days of the end of the case. That is when the judgment is kept into reserve. So within 45 days, the judgment has to be there. Again, say uh, along with this, there will be only 7 days between decision and punishment. So punishment will come into effect within say 7 days. Mercy petitions can be filed only within say 30 days of the Supreme Court rejecting the appeal. So mercy petition, we have seen that in Nirbhaya gang rape case, that all the accused were filing petitions one after the another, and even the say, Supreme Court was opened at 5:30 in the morning, or say sometimes court open in the say midnight. So to do away with this misuse, now specific provisions have been made that this mercy petition will have to be decided within 30 days, and there will be no appeal after that to any court, that including Supreme Court and the High Court. Now coming to use of technology. So woman can lodge an FIR in the police station through a FIR. Cognizance of it will also be taken, and arrangements have been made to say provide reply to woman at her home within 2 days. So within 2 days she will say get reply at home. We have also used technology to stop the misuse of police powers. So we have given importance to the use of technology in all three stages of crime scene, that is investigation and trial, which will not only ensure transparency and accountability in police probes, but will also improve the equality of the quality of evidence and help in protecting the rights of both the victim and the accused. Compulsory provisions for video recording of evidence, search and seizure. There is a new provision in BSSS. So whenever there is search and seizure, so that the incorrect framing or implicating people is not done, so it will have to be compulsorily videographed. It can be done through mobile phone also. Also, it is written in BNSS now, which will greatly reduce the scope of say framing someone. The government has taken the decision to make the abatement of the say, statement of the victim compulsory in a rape case. So statement of victim is compulsory now. Now use of forensic science. This is a new provision in Indian Evidence Act also. Earlier there was section 45 of Indian Evidence Act. It is considered expert evidence. The conviction rate in our country is very low, and to increase its thrust will have to be given on say scientific evidence. So in this act, with the aim of increasing the quality of investigation, conducting investigation using scientific method and aimed at a conviction rate of 90%, that is from 10% we have to go up to 90%. We have made a provision that the visit of the FSL, that is Forensic Science Laboratory. Earlier we have only CFSL, that is Central Forensic Science Laboratory, and SFSL, that is State Forensic Science Laboratory in few states. So will be compulsory in crimes punishable with more than 7 years. So now that will become compulsory, and say when Shri Narendra Modi was the Chief Minister of Gujarat, he created Gujarat Forensic Science Laboratory. When he became the Prime Minister, he created the National Forensic Science University, that is NFSU. And under the National Forensic Science University, till now, 7 campuses of NFSU and 2 remaining, say, 2 training academies have been opened in 9 states. So now we have 9, say, university campuses related to forensic science. And after 5 years, we will add, say, get 35,000 forensic experts every year who will meet our needs. So this is the projection, and we can say it's a good opportunity for young students or law students or science students or engineers. And 35,000 new vacancies are likely to come in, say, next 5 years. The government is building 6 state-of-the-art Central Forensic Science Laboratory. That is 6 CFSL will be there, just like on the pattern of this IITs and IIMs and NITs in every state. Now we shall have CFSLs, SFSLs also. As far as zero FIR is concerned, so now the victim can go to any police station and lodge a zero FIR, and it will have to be compulsorily transferred to the concerned police station within 24 hours. So now there are no dispute of jurisdiction कि हमारे थाना क्षेत्र का है, ये थाना क्षेत्र का है, and like that it should not be delay. Along with this, a police officer has been designated in every district, and police station will prepare a list of the arrested people and inform their relatives. So there will be a designated officer in every police station. Earlier, we had 41C and 41D, where the lists are displayed in police station. That provision was there in say CRPC, inserted through amendment. Now we shall have designated officer as per the new BNSS. So special officer will be there in all police stations. The bail and bond were not made clear earlier, but now the bail and bond have been made clear. So there are three definitions, that is section 2B, 2D, 2E. So in the three clauses, the bail bond and bond have been defined. A provision has also been made for confiscation of property of the proclaimed offenders. So a new section has been added for this in BNSS. Earlier, one could be declared a fugitive only in 19 crimes. Now a provision has been made to declare fugitive, that is bhagoda ghoshit karna. Earlier, it was done in section 82 CRPC, and then they were say 83, 84, that is their property was attached, forfeited. So now instead of 19 crimes, it is say there is provision to declare fugitive in 120 crimes and trial in absentia. So under the trial in absentia, criminals will now be punished and their property will also be attached. A provision for bail has been made for under trial prisoners who have served 1/3 part of their imprisonment. So now whenever say if it is under trial, and the provision was that if they have undergone half the imprisonment for which half of the maximum say imprisonment duration for which they are being tried, then they have to be released on bail. So instead of half, now it has been reduced to 1/3, so that there are less under trials and more convicted criminals in jails to reduce the overcrowding. Steps have been, and if they complete the complete duration for which they were to be say uh, tried, and if the trial is not finished, then they have to be compulsorily released from jail, because they have already undergone the say this imprisonment term. So steps have been taken to rationalize remission of the sentence. So now remission. So in case of a death penalty, then the maximum can be life imprisonment. It cannot be less than this. So we can say the powers of say this president and governor have been curtailed, and life in case of say death penalty, it can be reduced maximum to life. If it is life, then it can be say curtailed under CRPC 321. There was this power of remission and compounding. So in case of withdrawal, now the victim will be heard, and there is some restriction on these powers of this remission, that is maafi. It is the if it is life imprisonment, then 7 years punishment have to serve, and if it is 7 years or more, then at least 3 years have to be spent in jail. So these are the restrictions we can say on state government or on governors. A large number of property lying in police stations. So earlier there were many vehicles that were there for many years altogether, say in say police stations. So now a new provision has been made so that they will be sold by the magistrate after deleting the video, after getting the videography done, and with the consent of the courts, and the money will be deposited in the court. So there will be no misuse of this vehicles that are deposited by police, and they will have to dispose of that case property within 30 days, where no claimant is there. Now, changes in Evidence Act. There are few changes. So if we consider these changes in Evidence Act as compared to the Indian, say, this Bharatiya Sakshi Adhiniyam. So government has made many changes in Indian Evidence Act. Firstly, electronic record has been included in the definition of document. So earlier it was there enabling provision. Now in enabling provision as per the IT Act, Information Technology Act 2000, it had also amended IPC and this IEA. But now it has been included, and this definition has been widened. And now any type of electronic record will be considered as a document, like paper document. Then statements received electronically have been included in the definition of evidence. So all these statements are received electronically. That is through Facebook, WhatsApp, email, SMS, and all these media, say even summons and these things can be served through this. So they will be valid, say, electronic documents. So even the statements can be received through videography. And a new provision has been made in section 530 of BNSS that complete trial procedure can be completed electronically. That means there will be no need to go to courts, and even the advocates, accused, witnesses, victims, all can appear before the court through their mobile phones also. When it is fully implemented in every police station of the country, then our judicial process will become the most modern judicial process in the world. So that is the aim for the new acts. So if we see this integrated criminal justice system, that is ICJS, earlier there was Polnet, that is a police network through which all the police stations of India were connected to internet. So till now, the work of computerizing 9,796 police stations of the country has been completed through ICJS, that is integrated criminal justice system. The courts are also being modernized because the preparation has to be done. Lakhs of police and advocates and judges in judicial academies have to be trained in the next 3 months if this is going to come into effect from 1st April. So the preparations are already going on. The books have appeared in the market. The new acts have been published in Gazette and available on the Rashtrapati Bhavan website. The courts are also being modernized, and through ICJS, Forensic Science University, police station, Home Department, Public Prosecutor Office, jail, and court are on the verge of going online under a single software. Even the metropolitan magistrate, so this there is no urban-rural divide now, and additional sessions judge and metropolitan magistrates and chief metropolitan magistrate and additional chief metropolitan magistrates have been abolished in BNSS. Along with his smartphones, laptops, message websites, and locational evidence have been included in the definition of evidence. So all electronic evidence will be admissible, and accused and victims have been allowed to appear before the court through electronic means. So there will be no need to go to court except for the judges and their staff, and all other people will have the option to appear through their convenient means. Eliminating the signs of slavery. So for a terrorist act, the crime would be registered at the place, but till date, terrorism had not been defined in CRPC, and people used to escape. Through this law, we have closed all the ways for their escape, and only those who repent for their actions have the right to mercy. So India would be the only country to give place to forensic science in the law with such determination, and by eliminating all the signs of slavery of the British era, now this is going to become the complete Indian law. Coming to the summary, finally I conclude. So these are the major changes. So Bharatiya Nyaya Sanhita 2023, it repeals 22 sections of IPC 1860. It changes 175 existing sections. It introduces 8 new sections. There are now 358 provisions in 19 chapters. Earlier IPC had 511 plus 63, that is inserted through amended, that is 574 sections in 23 plus 3 chapters inserted through amendments. Now 184 sections of the IPC remain unchanged. That means if we exclude these 184 sections, then 64% of IPC has been changed. So there are some debates going on whether it is just cut and paste of the old law or whether it is as a old wine in new bottle or like that. But if we see as per this calculation methodology that I have explained here, 64% of IPC has been changed. If we come to Bharatiya Nagrik Suraksha Sanhita, so that repeals 9 provisions of CRPC 1973. It changes 160 existing provisions. That means new sections or subsections have been added. Introduces 9 new sections. The changes have been, the section title remains same, but there are changes inside the text of the section. Now we have 531 sections in 39 chapters. Earlier also there were 39 chapters. So there were 37 chapters and 2 were inserted through amendments. So we had 484 plus 51 sections inserted through amendments. So there were 535. Now instead of that, we shall have 531. There were 2 schedules in CRPC. There are 2 schedules in BNSS. 364 sections remain unchanged. So calculating by this methodology, 32% of CRPC has been changed. And lastly, coming to the Bharatiya Sakshi Adhiniyam 2023. So it repeals 5 provisions of Indian Evidence Act 1872, proposes changes in 23 provisions, introduces 1 new provision. There are now 170 sections in 12 chapters in 4 parts, while the Indian Evidence Act of 1872 had 167 plus 18, that is inserted through amendment sections in 11 chapters in 3 parts, and 149 sections have been left untouched. And if we calculate by this method, 13% of Indian Evidence Act has been changed. So I conclude here, and thank you all. If there are any questions, I would be glad to answer. I have made these comparative charts of these old section numbers and new section numbers, and even earlier made some presentations at national level on this. Now some of the charts are also available on the internet, and hundreds of videos have appeared already on YouTube regarding this the new provisions or this new major criminal acts. So if there are any questions or if somebody would like to go into details, I would be glad to uh, answer the questions. Thank you. I would see if there are any questions in the chat box.
Thank you, sir, for your wonderful presentation. It has given a very good comparison between the previous laws and existing acts, and uh, this has been a very good initiative, being more victim centric and also in eradicating the slave kind of attitude. Participants, if you have any queries, you can raise your hand so that we can unmute you. If you have any queries, you can raise your hand so that we can unmute. You can share your feedback, queries. Or you can unmute one by one and share your feedback, queries, if any. Anything related to session, you can unmute yourself or raise your hand if you are unable to unmute yourself. Okay, I think no, this is a new topic to most of the participants. So maybe
Even some law students are confused, sir, whether we should read old ads or we should read new ads. And even now, the police will have to be trained. The Hindi versions are also likely to come on the Rashtrapati Bhavan website, because these parliamentary ads can't be, say, translated without the permission of the president. So I think I hope they will soon come on the Rashtrapati Bhavan website, the Hindi versions. And then this task of training all the police and they're modernizing and equipping them, and some things have been left to the state governments, like rules for EFIR and this witness protection scheme that has been introduced in say 358 of BNSS. So for that, some rules have to be made, and I hope that work will go on in next 1 to 2 months. The books have already appeared in the market. Even Eastern Book Company, one of the prestigious publishers in Lucknow, so their books have been released by Home Minister Amit Shah ji, and some say comparative charts by taxman, and many websites have already been there. Some of them, the charts were had come in August 2023, and there is slight renumbering or corrections made in the final bills. So I have tried to correct the charts, and I have also prepared my own charts for helping the advocates, because now all the practicing advocates as well as the new law students and those who are preparing for judiciary exams, and for even the practicing judges of say trial courts and high courts and Supreme Court, they will have to learn these new laws, because the system has been changed after say 163 years. Even the movie names like Shri 420, Dafa 302, and these were very popular, and now all these section numbers have changed. So people will have to get accustomed to the new laws. But gradually, it was a need of the hour, and Bej Barua Committee, Madhav Menon Committee, Justice Malimat Committee, many committees, and even some three reports of Law Commission of India, and there were some say reports of the Standing Committee of Home Affairs. So three reports, they had recommended that these old laws should be repealed and complete new laws should be made. So instead of just a piecemeal amendments, or because if there is also criticism that why these new laws and the old laws could have been amended, but it is not possible, because if we already have an act of say 500 sections and the amendment act of 400 sections, 800 sections, is not possible to have amendment act, because amendment acts are very small acts of say 1 2 3 or few sections. So we can't have say amendment acts of 200 for it was necessary to say have this complete overhaul. Earlier, it was done in case of say CRPC, because there was CRPC of 1888, then came 1898, and that was overhauled in 1973. But that was also 50 years old. So for the first time, an effort has been made, and the new say old laws have been say repealed, and maybe the implementation will take some time. But within say 2-3 months, I hope these laws will come into effect and they will be made applicable all over India gradually. There are some reports that earlier they would be made applicable to union territories first, and then maybe they would be implemented all over India. So let us see and wait for the gazette notification when the new laws will come into effect. Thank you. Thank you for giving me an opportunity to make this presentation. So thanks to uh, Holistic Health Foundation India and she Center for this art, science, and well-being for giving me this opportunity to make this presentation. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Virendra Kumarji. One very, we were aspiring for universal common law for everyone, irrespective of caste, creed, religion, and other things. So you also mentioned in your presentation, but how far it is in line with this universal common code or law? Can you share your observation on that?
Universal?
We were hearing about common law for everyone. Like Hindus have their own laws.
Yes, yes. That is Uniform Civil Code. Yes, yes. Even that should come. Actually, here we are talking only about the criminal laws. But as far as the Uniform Civil Code is there, so I think the Uttarakhand has already prepared, and maybe in next cabinet meeting, that is in February first week, they are likely to come into effect in our state, that is in Uttarakhand, and maybe say they would be implemented. So there are four main items that are related in personal laws. That is mainly say marriage and divorce, then the adoption and guardianship and wards, and the say succession, that is inheritance after a person's death. So these distribution of property. So these are the four items that will be affected, and that uniform civil code is not there in India. So these four, that is family laws. So that is likely to come into effect, and that is not yet drafted. But maybe I think Uttarakhand would become a model, and that would be adopted all over India. And the versions have not yet come in public, so they have not been published. As far as the criminal laws there, so they were already in public domain since 11th August. And when the new say model code UCC, that is Uniform Civil Code, will come into effect, so that will apply to these civil disputes, and particularly the family disputes, and that is also expected. So that would change this family laws also. In India already we have uniform criminal code, but in civil code it is not yet applied. So I hope that uniform civil code or the UCC will also be applicable, and maybe we shall get the first draft within a few months, or when it comes into effect in Uttarakhand. So maybe that will be published next week itself by the government on its website. So let us wait for that, and I hope that there are going to be major changes in next 2 to 3 months all over India as far as UCC is also concerned. Even in there are new bills that are passed. That is Telecommunication Bill 2023 is passed. The Post Office Act has been repealed of 1898, and new Post Office Act has been passed. Digital India Act, that is the third major act which is supposed to replace the Information Technology Act, that will also come into effect. So these that will complete our three new say acts. The DPDP Act, Digital Personal Data Protection Act, has already come into effect. Passed and published in Gazette. The date is yet to be notified, but it has also been made a law since 11th August. So these are some new legislations that have seen, and these are making major changes. Particularly, the changes made in CRPC are very drastic, because the complete procedure of the courts will change as far as the information commissions are concerned. So in Kishan Chand Jain case, already the Supreme Court has made an order that all the that is CIC as well, Central Information Commission, as well as the SIC, State Information Commissions, will have to computerize before 31st December 2023, and that has already been implemented. So there is no need for any applicant, appellant, complainant, or the public information officers or departmental appellate authorities to go to information commissions. Earlier, the video conferencing was already there in Central Information Commission, but for that one had to go to their NIC, that is National Informatics Center, which is within their own districts, and through that anybody who even doesn't have electricity or mobile phone or network could appear through that. But now it has been extended to include mobile phones as well at the option of the complainant or the appellant. That means the public can choose whether they want to go to court or whether they would prefer to appear through their homes, through their mobiles or their laptop or desktop. So now the links are there already. Video conferencing has been started of Supreme Court proceedings. Even High Courts have made rules, and this is going to be a major change because the Chief Justice of India said that this whatever the expenditure of these crores of rupees. So he has told all the chief justices of the High Court that it was not a one-time facility, and even after the pandemic has gone, this expenditure that the government has done worth crores of rupees. So they have to use it, and if they are not themselves using it, they should encourage others to use it. Those who want to use it, and even the changes are such that they are likely to allow the mobile phones and even the laptops in courtrooms. So that is, of course, there could be some restrictions on ringtones and like that. So that is also likely to be allowed if we go by this, because it has been stated in Kishan Chand Jain case by the Honorable Supreme Court that all courts, commissions, and tribunals. So they have said that it is not a choice, but now it is going to be compulsory, and we can't go against the force of technology. And we shall see this drastic change within the next 3 months or maybe after 1st April. So we shall realize the say effects of this, and maybe the justice will become speedy, and justice to the doorstep of every Indian citizen would become a reality. Thank you. So I have completed my presentation. Thank you, sir.
Yeah, thank you, Virendra Kumarji, once again for joining us and sharing us and being part of the celebrations. We wish you all the success and look forward for more sessions in future.
Thank you, sir. Thanks to all.
Yeah, and the next presentation would be by Mary Florence Frida from Bangalore. She is also a professional social worker and also founder for Mary Florence Frida Charitable Trust. They are working for cancer patients, and she would be presenting on Republic Day and its importance. and also focusing on professional counselors and fundraisers. Mary, you can unmute yourself and you can start your presentations. In the meanwhile, other presenters, the next presentation would be by Chebolu Manasa. And we request other presenters who are waiting for their presentations to kindly share your full name and your details so that we, along with your topic, so that we can invite you after these presentations. Kindly keep yourself muted only when we request you to share your feedback. You can unmute yourself and share.
Good evening to all. I'm Mary Florence Freera from Bangalore, where I'm going to present on Republic Day, an introduction. I thank Sri Holistic Health Foundation and Dr. Ravindra sir for giving me an opportunity to present on this 75th Republic Day celebration. Republic Day is a national holiday in India commemorating the adoption of the Constitution of India, which came into effect on 26 January 1950. The Constitution replaced the Government of Indian Act 1935 as the governing uh, document of India, thus turning in the nation from a dominion to a republic post its independence from the British Raj in 1947. The Constitution was adopted by the Constituent Assembly of India on 26 November 1949 and came into effect on 26 January 1950. The date was chosen as the Indian National Congress proclaimed Purana Swaraj, complete independence, and on this day in 1930. Republic Day is commonly associated with parades, political speeches, cultural events, and ceremonies, in addition to various other public and private events celebrating the history, the government, and traditions of India. The background of this Republic Day is the India has achieved independence from the British Raj on August 15, 1947. This was enacted through the Indian Independence Act 1947 and Act of the Parliament of the United Kingdom. The partition British India into two new independent dominants of the British Commonwealth. India became a constituent monarchy with George VI as the head of the state and the Earl Mountbatten as Governor General. Without a standalone constitution, its laws was based on the existing Government of India Act 1935 and governed by the Constituent Assembly of India. On August 29, 1947, a seven-member drafting committee was appointed to draft a permanent constitution with Dr. B.R. Ambedkar as chairman. A draft constitution prepared by the committee was submitted to the Constituent Assembly on 4th November 1948. After the draft was discussed and debated, the Constituent Assembly adopted the Constitution on 26th November 1949. The major part of the Constitution effect on 26 January 1950 with Rajendra Prasad becoming the first president of India and the Constituent Assembly became the Parliament of India under the transition provisions of the new constitution. The date was chosen as the Indian National Congress proclaimed Purana Swaraj, complete independence in the way in 1930. Is customs and celebration on the eve of Republic Day. The president addressed the nation on the Republic Day. The president of India unfurls the national flag in the national capital New Delhi with the governors and lieutenant governors unfolding the flag at the respective states and union territories parade. The main Republic Day celebration was held in New Delhi at Katarwa Path, ceremonial boatyard that runs from Rashtrapati Bhavan on the Resign Hill through Indian Gate. The event is hosted by the President of India is with ceremonies, parade, and cultural events. The Delhi Republic Day Parade, held during the same, is organized by the Ministry of Defense. The President, who is the Commander-in-Chief of the Indian Armed Forces, take the salute from various United of the Army, Navy, Air Force, paramilitary, and police forces. The chief guest every year, a head of state or government of another country is invited as the state guest of honor for the Republic Day celebration in New Delhi. The guest country is often chosen basic strategic, economic, and political heritage. Beating retreat. The beating ceremony conducted on the evening of the 29th January marks the end of Republic Day festivities. It's performed by the bands on the three wings of Indian armed forces at Vijay Chowk. The President of India is escorted by the President is the bodyguard and past ceremonial salute. The Indian national anthem Janagana Mana is placed. Military bands then play popular tunes like Abide with Me and Sara Jahan, Sare Jahan Se Acha at the end. The different awards given on the Republic Day distributes various civilian Padma Awards. These were instituted in the year 1954 and was awarded in categories in decreasing order of precedence. Padma Bhushan, which is awarded for exceptional and distinguished service and is the second highest civilian award. Padma Bhushan is awarded for the distinguished service of a higher order of distinguished service of a higher order and is the third highest civilian honor. Padma Shri is awarded for the distinguished service and it's the fourth highest civilian honor. The decoration comprises a certificate and a medallion, and unlike national honors, the awards do not include cash allowances, benefits, or special concession. A commemorative brochure giving out brief details in respect on each award winner, and is also released on the day of inauguration ceremony. Thank you very much, sir, for the opportunity given. I once again thank Sri Holistic Health Foundation and Sri Research Institute and Center for Art, Science and Wellbeing and Dr. Ravindra, sir, for giving me this great opportunity. Thank you, one and all.
Thank you, Mary, for the presentation on importance of Republic Day and the various activities conducted on Republic Day. But I think you did not cover the importance fundraising, which you have mentioned. Role of social workers. Anyway, fine. So very well done. Wish you all the success for your future endeavors and look forward for more sessions in future. She has been very active volunteer on this platform since the beginning and has been proactive in sharing the information and also disseminating the information. So now we have Chebolu Manasa. She would be presenting on MS Subbalakshmi and his contribution to the nation development through music. So Chebolu Manasa, you can unmute yourself and start your presentation. She is a medical student. She is a pharmacist. Presently pursuing her M.Pharmacy from Hyderabad. Manasa, can you unmute yourself?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, please continue with your presentation.
Yes, sir. Sir, I can't share my screen.
Just a second.
Yes.
You can minimize the poll window. Don't close that.
Yes, sir.
Now you can try.
Okay, sir.
Participants, the link for the quiz has been shared in the chat box. Those who have not submitted your quiz can present.
So you can see my screen.
Yes, ma'am. It's visible now. Please
So can I continue?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, sir. A good day to one and all. Hi, Chebolu Manasa. My topic is regarding MS Subbalakshmi ji, the Nightingale of Carnatic music. Firstly, I would like to thank the organizers, Dr. Ravindra sir, for giving me this wonderful opportunity to participate and wishing all of us a happy 75th Republic Day. MS Subbalakshmiji was an iconic Indian Carnatic vocalist. Considered one of the greatest singers of all time, she left an indelible mark on the world of music and was revered for her spellbinding performances and deep devotion to her art. Born in 1916 in Madurai, Tamil Nadu, Subbalakshmiji displayed exceptional music talent from a very young age. She started performing professionally at the tender age of 10 and quickly rose to prominence, captivating audience with her mellifluous voice, impeccable rhythm, and profound emotional expression. Her collection encompassed a vast range of Carnatic compositions, including kritis, bhajanas, kirtanas, and thillanas. She was also known for her renditions of devotional songs in various Indian languages, including Sanskrit, Tamil, Telugu, and Hindi. Achievements are numerous and speak volumes about her stature in the world of music. First musician to be awarded the Bharat Ratna, India's highest civilian honor, bestowed upon her in 1974, recognizing her exceptional contribution to the field of music. Ramon Magasya Award, received in 1976 for her service to the public, particularly in the creative and performing arts. Global recognition, toured extensively across the globe, sharing her music with audience in Europe, North America, and Asia, and promoting cultural understanding. Enduring legacy, her recordings continue to inspire and captivate new generations of music lovers. Subbalakshmi influence extended beyond music. She was a respected figure who actively participated in social and humanitarian causes, using her platform to advocate for peace and upliftment. She even dabbled in acting, starring in films like Meera that showcased her talent beyond the concert stage. Women's empowerment, Sarada Ladies Union. In 1912, she founded this organization to create a platform for housewives and women to discuss social issues, encourage education, and foster empowerment. Widow rehabilitation. She established the Sarada Widows Home, providing education and shelter for child widows in Madras, challenging societal stigmas against them. Education. She championed girls' education through the Sarada Vidyalaya and played a key role in raising the marriageable age for girls through the Child Marriage Restraint Act of 1930. Her soulful redemptions of devotional songs like Venkatesha Suprabhatam, as all we know, and Bhajagovindam with audience across India and the world. Indeed, such a beautiful voice. It is important to note that the extent to which MS Subbalakshmi considered herself a social reformer is open to interpretation. She primarily focused on her music and humanitarian efforts, and her influence on social progress often came as a natural consequence of her actions and beliefs, regardless of her self identification. Her impact on Indian society, particularly for women and marginalized communities, remains undeniable. MS Subbalakshmi was a true legend, a torchbearer for Carnatic music, and a national treasure. Her voice, infused with devotion and emotion, continues to resonate with listeners across the globe, leaving an everlasting legacy that transcends generations. Once again, I thank the organizers for giving me this wonderful opportunity to participate. Thank you all.
Thank you, Manasa, for your wonderful and brief presentation.
Thank you.
If anyone have any queries, you can raise your hand or you can unmute yourself. We wish you all the success for your future endeavors.
Thank you, sir.
Other presenters who are ready for the presentation, kindly share your details in chat box so that we can invite you. And this platform is also open for everyone. It's a freestyle presentation on the occasion of Republic Day. Those who have not registered also can register and present now. Registration details are required so that certificate can be prepared, because for preparing certificate we need basic details. That is what for registration and feedback form is intended for, basically to provide details from you as well as to maintain records from the organization side. And those who are willing now to make presentations, you can feel free to share your topic and presentation. And those who have not submitted or completed, your quiz can complete even now also. Ravichandran ji, would you like to make any presentation? Okay. So next we have with us Ravichandran ji. He would be presenting. He is presently working as an assistant professor at Krishna Institute of Management. Chennai. He would be presenting on scenario of unemployable. Over to you, Ravichandran ji.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. It's quite indeed my great pleasure getting back on to this pavilion almost after a gap of 2-3 months due to various reasons. Reasons are always behind, but I'm over here after a long gap. I would like to thank Dr. Ravindra and the entire team who is working behind the screens, like Mary Florence and several more people I come across, Virinder Thakkar sir. And it's quite quite painful systems being run over since last 2.5 years more time. There were lots of communication from our side, from especially Dr. Ravindra, who was taking care of this podium so carefully, diligently, and intelligently, high in the patient's form, which is quite a long, consistent stamina, yes, actually. So most of my sessions go with not exactly giving presentations of slides, running over page to page, giving a large amount of only inputs available, commonly available. In several cases, I go with the interactive sessions wherever I get an opportunity. And these Zoom meeting, yes, we got a restricted entry over on because everybody raises a question in the middle. It may be a little complexity. It has its own. So I would like to thank once again before starting and the current environment of our students, whoever is sitting over here, either would be qualified and employed, or they would be already employed, engaged in, or they would be already in the higher side of their professional. At last, no, certain things are always need to be learned and analyzed, as my effort of communication is purely on HR overview in all aspects and try to make effortlessly to you to understand and come along with this journey. Let me share my few number of slides, which is simple. Dr. Sir, Ravi Sir, I want to share my slide.
Yeah, Ravichandra, you can go ahead.
Yeah.
You have the permissions. You have been made co-host already.
1 minute. Share screen. All participants.
You can see your browser.
You can see my browser now? Is it so? 1 minute. I'll just close all my few unwanted. I'll open my slide. Yes. Can you able to see this now, sir?
Yeah, now it's fine.
Scenario of unemployable.
Yeah.
Well, nevertheless, the interest of our employment of current environment of 2024 and the economy is in a not in state. A lot of changes happened over the last 3 to 5 years of time. And many upfront new drive is becoming a trend today. Just comparing of students whoever is here over and especially more professionalized in their own streamline would certainly understand what was there 3 years behind, what is today is totally have got its own sets of advantages and disadvantages. Every new derive comes in the market of today has got its own salient features coming up with a large amount of efforts coming in the middle. You need to be constrained to come along in this new derive, or else you will be lost in this rat race. I would rather call all the time this a rat race. We as a human think rat race is the best in this world. Psychologically and philosophically, either you may be taking one or the other way. But do understand what I'm going to say you before start this session. In Upanishad, the explaining of our mind thinking does not carry the body. They are speculating by body is different than thinking. We only a carrier of body in overall embodiment, I would say, but otherwise, our think is the process comes with all the time we consciously and subconsciously work on. Either you don't even recognize what you are doing. Do you know, are you breathing? We all are breathing. It's a requirement of the body. The body doesn't know what we are. But think is, in general, it has got its own process of all the time think. Let me simply put your word. We all the time thinking what we are supposed to do. The students over here sitting in across various streamlines, we leave the body and only we think. Let me tell you simple term, what is the body? So it makes more easier for you to just understand this. Few sets of slides have given you. Body in crude way, if I explain you, somebody may agitate the way I speak, but I feel to say it, ensuring you all could somewhat understand what I am communicating. Body carries only two aspects, two factors alone, nothing else. One is survival. The body doesn't know anything. As a man, Ravichandran and his body is only knows survival. I put across all my places wherever I communicate. I don't take any of the participants' name because it may be quite annoying. So Ravichandran let it be as a body. First Ravichandran knows survival. How to attain, how to reach, how to go, how to play, how to live a life. In spite of all the difficulties coming across. So survival. So utter crude, next point is quite crude to understand what is body is nothing else other than reproductivity. This is all the mankind, humankind. As such, the body works on you is only two importance. One is survival, two is the reproduction. Nothing else the body does know. The body doesn't know where you are. The body doesn't know where it is being asked to go. The body can go along to your mind to go either temple, go to the place pilgrimage, go to the place of park, and go to the place of marchoriha. It knows only go wherever you instruct. Then what else? We are the apex, we know. We are the apex. Every instinct are living over in this global universe. We found that we are the apex. We are the apex. So next is what? Next is thinking. Thinking is the only concept made the human derive to go with the drive of life. All the time, we go with the two important components. One is past, the impression of the past, whatever you have learned over the period of 40 years, 50 years, and you are registered with your mind, whatever is happening to you, it's an attitude as per the HR prospect or overview. That is the past memory, sensory impressions. It's being made in your brain all the way across your life. Talk about your past. And next is future. You want to reach out to your milestone. Everyone of sitting over here to reach out to their milestone, which is future. So we all the time impression on past, which is sensory impression. Our generation to generation made us to learn everything you know about, whatever you know about, you are trying to exercise yourself, demonstrate yourself, achieve yourself, everything with the past impressions, and think about only the future achievements. So we don't live for present days. We never ever live for present days. So philosophically, when I put it across, the entire human system, it's into little neurological error, neurological disorder, I would rather say, because we know ourselves as an apex in this world, and we dictate all the next instinct of elephant, of any animals, we bring under our control with a huge amount of technologies, everything abreast, changing often and often. So we are in the dilemma stage, getting ourselves occupied, getting engaged, getting employed. This is the way of fashion I would like to give this presentation to you. Make you to understand of your own calamities, what you are passing across, an unemployable scenario of today, what is all about. So hope I am communicating you well often, strong enough. I don't want to get into more of next, the continuity of the dialogues I was doing it. I can go with more and more on those front in the next presentation. But today, now I want to pinpoint, pocket it immediately, come back to our current scenario. With our thinking, how we are, where we are. I explained you the body. Now thinking mindful engagement, because we are the only believer of mankind can think, no other animals. Every animal thinks. Every animal has got its own needs. But what for? Animal lives for their own survival. They won't kill the animal for their survival. Do the man? Do the man does it for only survival? He has got his own needs and needs no more and more. So, survival alone is not looking into. He is looking for grossly developing his entire development of his profession in this current world has got a lot of changes, artificial intelligence as of day we talk about, but we are coming under the intellectual artificial today. We believe we are qualified, well eligible to get employed. We believe we are qualified, we are intellectuals on the front line of the subjects, whatever we have studied over, and we believe in accepting of or getting the job, what you are. At last, we become an artificial. An artificial front, I don't want to talk, but let's go back to employability in mindset now. So today the environment, many of them are well qualified, but unable to go with best employment. The employment domain of certain age group has got a good amount of values, but over a period of time, they were not able to stick along or come along with the going on market trends due to various reasons. Myself, let me take an example. My examples are quite important to me as well to you. When we were employed in the age group of 28, the year of 98, 2000 later, those time our market was quite shining. But over the period of time, there are a lot of changes of keeping ourselves mind and energy to come along the current trend. One might be important, but one may not be compulsive or situation to learn. Let me take frankly on my case. I was not able to trace it, get into action due to various reasons of my preoccupied employment, engage in my systems of managing consulting job. So those time, nevertheless, I was engaged into, but at last we were not able to match with the rat race. So we were little slowed. So coping up with the current trend was not necessary to take you. So it may drop you wherever it's want to be. So this is what the status of happening to everyone. You are well employable, you are employable, but you are not employed. You are so good qualified, you are the much qualified person to get employed wherever, whatever the organization looks ahead, but you are not employed. Either you are overqualified, either or you are more experienced, either you are more aged. The industry of today, other than various certain subsectors or sectors, many industries corporate doesn't care about over the age of 45 plus. No, unless and until no, it's a key niche skills. Well, what is mind? What is the mind? The person who is unable to get employed. So let me give a clear guess about how to go with it. It's a somewhat the very complicated subject I'm taking for you. I'm trying to convincingly make things easier to learn this. So employability is the mindset. First, you need to fix yourself that yes, I would get employed. You will get employed. So this is the place where I'm talking now today is whoever is not employed, they are well fit enough to get employed, but they were not employable. They are not, so they become unemployable. Everything is good, everything is much fine, but not employable. Or ground of reason, change in the scenario. Market scenario does not want every previous days of past old minds. So what is the barrier? What the problem? Why he is not getting? So I'll go to the slide 2. I would rather put a very simple 3 steps. I would put you into 3 steps. Number 1, identify barriers. Number 2, get some perspective on the barrier. Number 3, develop effective solutions. I'll take all my examples. I certainly want to say from my side, expressing you through to match, relate to it. Identify barriers. As a consultant, I lived in over for long years, and prior to that, I was employed in the corporates, long time working for more than 14 years. I got into as a professor today. Let me tell you, there are 3 different streamlines I worked in the last 20 to 24 years. One is shifted from the one to the next, which was totally 3 different components. Either none of them are related to each other. It's all not necessary to happen, but it's all happened. So, when I was in a corporate employment for longer term, I felt that it may not be necessary, I can just tick along because anytime the market threat is happening, so why not start my self profession? So I started it up. I found the barriers, I found a lot of difficulties when I was living in northern India. Due to various reasons, I moved on transfer to Chennai, Tamil Nadu. Then I moved up into my consulting managing. That consulting managing I lived in over for some time, 14 years. Still it's on, it's going up. There is no much happening. But I learned many functionalities of my HR. I lived in the recruitment managing. I managed with the management, payroll management. I managed with certain training programs. Then subsequently, many things were got shuttered due to various reasons happened in the last 4 years of time. And before to it, the demonetizing also made us into changes. Why I'm saying all these examples to you without running any slideshows to you, please do understand. I don't want to run the just take something from Play Store and run the slides to you. Just download apps and just download acts and show you reading it off, and you understand on a theoretical term. Everyone has got their own stories behind. Try grossly understand what you do come across. If you are unable to cope up with, maybe take an example of others, read some valuables, try changing. So that could be making you unemployable to become an employable self-energy. That's it. So identify the barriers about you where you are got stuck. Very difficult. I could be saying it, but I took long time, effort, energy in this to become a part of it. It took me 2 years, 3 years of time on certain grounds of things. Lot of difficulties you will pass across. If you are beyond 40 age group segment, that bandwidth is always in the bigger trouble. So I want to give a new energy to all of you. Either if you are a very young fresher, nothing to worry, you can become employable quickly. If you are little middle aged and then 35 to 45 age or 40 plus, still you can have your design of mind shift over to newer thinking and make yourself occupied, employed, engaged to become unemployable employed. Beyond certain age limit, yes, it has got its own setbacks. So he has to demonstrate, quickly cook up himself, try to strive upon no other choice, no other, it becomes a habit. The habit of third age, kind like me, can easily or maybe difficulty through, he can learn it because already I have come across 20 years of my experience, 15, 8, yeah, 20 years of my experience. So get some perspective on the barrier. As I said, identify the barrier. The barrier means setbacks. Barriers mean you are unable to pass through, but the points where you can try learning new things. Look around, what way you would be more relevant to where the one is not available to you, how to make the second one decide. So when you know, assuming you are a HR man, assuming you are a finance head, or assuming you are the marketing head, managing businesses, you can think either way, start your own career, become an entrepreneur, or to become start with something as a channel partner, to become running of your own businesses or to become an agency to start with your own commission-based business model. All you need to decide across as per your abilities, knowledge, skill sets. You have to do this. You must do without others' engagement because unless and until you decide yourself, it could be quite difficult to start with it. Wherever the values you have it, you need to explore it, find it out. What exploring, you would certainly know it. Otherwise, you could have not survived over the period of 10 years, 12 years, 15 years, whatever it's so. So develop step 3, develop the effective solution. Plan it, not by writing too much of documents, slideshows, or anything like that. Have it in your informal way of carrying a diary in hand, your diary. Write it, what plan you can do. So somewhat engage in that way. Simple 3 steps would be sufficient to you to start any of the businesses, any of the functions, any of the service sector model. An accounts man who can understand finance term, he can start some finance related mutual fund agency. An operation man can somewhat think of his own knowledge where which industry he was employed. Assuming he worked in banking sectors or he worked in some logistics industry relevant to it, try connect to your new thinking. So those all points will help you. Why not for? Because network is very important in businesses. So unemployable we are talking about. You are very perfect man, but not employed in the market due to the scene is changed. The change is inevitable. That is the key reason you are the good man, but not in anywhere in good place. It happens. India like economy, Chinese economy, America the kind of business speed, everybody falls in. IT industry during the COVID period, certain skill sets were got into trouble. Not 100%, only 30%. But when you go to tourism industry, the entire tourism was got killed. Anybody lived in tourism industry for 4 years, it was got trapped, demolished. Nobody gone for a tourism program worldwide. Similar to it, logistics industry got totally seized. In similarity, there are several industries I keep on going saying entertainment industry is got totally gone into cups, dead. Even today, the entertainment industry unable to withstand to the current status because nobody's turned because you are in a common general term. That's why. Okay. So you need to parallelly develop 1, 2, 3 step. I told you identify, perspective the barrier, 3 is the effective solution. Yes, I'm going to next slide. It's a simple understanding, philosophy or proverb or idiom. We all the time read idioms and stories, go with the moral story. What else? Human always wanting to hear stories. Anything explain, we explain on test stories. But motivation is all need to be given. The moment we motivate you, just it is like a food energy. We usually remember for days and we easily ignore it or we easily forget it. It's not necessary to have it, but at the same time, today I am giving you a presentation, so somewhat I need to carry you till my last slide. This is what I would say now. When you think you can do it, it's clear you can do it. When you think you can do it, yes, it's correct, you can do. When you think you can't, yes, you are right. It's all a matter of choice. What to do, tell me. And I repeat it. When you think you can do it, yes. When you think you can't, yes, you are all right, correct. You can't. What say? It states nothing else other than it's your own choice. Anybody asking at your home or your siblings or relations, friends, asking you, day, you boy, long time unemployed, why don't you think something agency business, partnership business, or invest something else? Then immediately you pop out saying, no, it's not possible. It has got its own setbacks, this and that, points and points, which makes your bottlenecking of your own mind. That's correct. You are correct. That's why I said it, you are correct. When you feel that, no, இந்த business என்னால பண்ண முடியாது, ஏற்கனவே my office was doing, and similarity of something, today the world is so bad, so I can't do this business. Very good. You are perfectly right, man. Number choice, one is gone. When you think you can, no other choice. You have to try with this lukewarm, try get into, or else you become unemployable for longer days. Failure, success is the similar taste. Who is going to accept it? We ourselves himself does not know. We ourselves doesn't want to go with failure. I can't talk like this. Failure and success, all similar tastes. It's all philosophically acceptable. But how will we manage our financials? Got our family behind, parents behind. All we can keep talking, what else I can do? But somewhere we need to start. Take the food and stub it on next place. What else we can do? So that's why I said that if you stay on the place where you are in trouble. When you shift your left leg or right leg to the next level, you are in trouble. Nothing can be stoppable. Everything happens on its own. Your think is the key reason. Beyond leaving the body behind, your body accepts, come along, but your thing stops everywhere. The think is the only one identified the spiritualism. The think is only made our spiritualism. We all the time live in fear. The fear comes. The authoritarian of spiritualism came in and took you to everywhere. Yes. Number 3, 4. Cultivate. Cultivate. It's like a farming job. Dr. Ravi sir, things are going. Next few minutes I would complete it. Is this fine, sir?
Okay, fine.
Good.
In the meanwhile, other presenters, kindly share your topic and details so that we can invite you.
Well,
yeah, please continue.
Cultivating new mindset. It's a farming job. Suddenly you are into new thinking, new mindset, new programming yourself. You know the advantage, it's a new energy. It's a new energy. It's like a new baby born. The baby doesn't know anything about other than two things. One is hungry, two is attention. The baby does not care about anything. It requires its food. You are teaching the 2 years old baby by asking and showing the signs of colors: orange, green, blue, red. The child, and you keep the finger of the baby, putting it on each color and making it to understand what is orange color, blue color, green color, white color, yellow color. Do the baby knows the word of it? It looks the color and only hear the word of voice. Next time when you ask the child, shift the finger to exactly orange, the sound it appears, it shows it. You mean that the child is learned the color? 2 years old baby, 3 years old baby, people are quite funny. It's just only correlating by thinking. By only thinking, sorry, the child does not go with the thinking. Sorry, very important. The child does not have some impression of thinking. It is only going by the motion. We only think aging later. So it's just know by only the motion learned of its body, not the thinking. Just suddenly when you are keep on asking blue, red, green, orange, everything it keeps saying. But suddenly it stops and starts wheeling, crying. It doesn't care about anything. What for? Why it's crying? Why the child is start crying now? It requires it's hungry. It wants to survive, nothing else. The child feels, if you ask the same question next to next, what is the orange, what is blue, what is green, it will stop. It will only keep crying. What for? It has got a hungry. So body appears over there and it needs feeding of milk. You ask several times, the child may not. You compulsion put in, then it becomes ego. The child doesn't know ego. The child starts ego only in a over lateral period. So we are trying to make the impression to reach with the baby from the day one. So our mindset is fixed in our mind to go with it already of the past impressions. We call it by sensory impressions. You are sensefully, subconsciously put into the learning of, thinking of, mindset. So new mindset learning is not easy. You are forced to learn. You are unemployed, unemployable. You are not unemployed alone. Unemployed and unemployable is quite different. I'm not talking about unemployment of India. I'm talking about unemployable of the individual over here. So this is a very important subject. So you want to become employable. You are well qualified, but you are not able to get on to the employment today. That is the status I'm talking here. So that is the reason you need to come up the unemployable, fix a new mind, cultivation, farming, watering, come into the new picture of the market. This market is very bad. It keeps changing often and often every 4th year. The well-qualified person of Java.NET technology is no more required in this today. 15 years ago, the Android was not existing so strong. The Java technology, .NET, C#, all were required around 15 years ago. Today they are old people phased out. They don't want. Technologies have changed. Telephonic industry, which was having basic telephone connection, nobody wants to have a basic telephone service. Dial tone, tring, 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 tring at your home where the stable phone connection. Do you have a phone connection at your home with your cable connect today? Everybody carrying a television at our hand. We carry a palm TV. Everybody watching their own interests. Which house has got one television today? All five sit together and watch television movie. Bad, very bad. No, nasty. All carrying their palm phone in hand, smartphone. Every home has got 5 table internet phone connection. Everybody is paying 250 is the lowest fee, they say it. But counting that overall, it becomes to minimum 1200, 1500. You watch one program, your son is watching your another program, your child is watching something else, your spouse is doing something else. We feel very economical phone connection. Have what only 250 and 100 GB pull down. What not? Your another next within the home, 4 telephone is ringing. 4 of them costing nothing lesser than 250. We all are made a mad. We all become a mad. Don't understand what we do. And you say 50 GB, 100 GB is downloadable for 3 months of time is only 450 is the fee pay. Everyone is paying 450. We don't end. So plan immediately, no one is unemployable. Very simple. You make your quote, write it down on the paper. Write it down on the paper. No one is unemployable. What else we can do? If you want to think unemployable, you read newspaper, you read social media, you read WhatsApp entries. Everybody has got WhatsApp or forwarded messages talking about the world thing, wild information, unemployable. YouTube is giving thousands of feeds. You want to become unemployable, you can read unemployable. You want to read about employment market, you can read it. So we are in the status of thing. So unemployable, we read it. So don't do any watching of the stupid events in anywhere in the YouTube of any part of social media. Social media is made our systematic asylum, systematic mental. We all lost our mind. So you decide yourself, all remove it. Don't get into, you decide yourself, I can become employable. I can get employment. Write it down. Then again, as I said earlier slide, develop effective solutions. This is an important slide. It is also one of the important slides. The reason is we are in the impression of mind and thinking. We all the time talk about old days. Every old days. Those time, 20 years ago, 30 years ago, 50 years ago. Let me tell you, those all are past days. Every moment comes in the next year. The day of 2024 will become the past days. Your next generation may say 2020 was a very good time. You know, in year 2020, we were only with social media. whatnot. So older ones is certainly need to be eliminated. The day of present is beautiful, no other choice. You need to strive upon, struggle it, get in. 1,000 years behind, Ramanuja is the one who was trying to learn of his own philosophies and various Veda, and he took a highest initiative to reach across India for learning his own. 1,000 years behind, if we talk about, imagine it, how difficulty he was passing across and traveled over India from southern India to northern India to learn his new Vedic practice, new needs. So imagine it, everywhere there were difficulties. During those times, only philosophy and spiritualism were the key segment of human mankind. But today, everything is mixed up and with the higher employment for ourselves. So we need to travel across various things. So older one, what the way we look as HR overview, I'm again putting you very clearly. What the way we look need to be very carefully identified, matching with the current trend. What the way we live, that is also very important. The way we talk, communication is quite important. There is subsequent change you need to go across, then undergo crash course. Nothing else we can do. Crash course carries for 15 days event, 1 month event, up to 6 months. Crashing yourself, no other choice. Very important slides. So unless until change ourselves, the change will only make you to either change compulsorily or leave the changes and it will run off, and you need to change yourself of the situation and make static and struggle for next coming years. That's all. It's very crude the way I'm communicating you, but practically please do understand the economy of India today, and we are talking about the global change, especially India is growing. There is a talk about in the governmental system politically, but more than 20% of specific population who are unemployable into great trial. They are into great trial, troubles. Well, it's all synchronym. I would rather say Padman. Presentation, very important for his skill set. Ability to manage curriculum. Dependability. Dependability is very important to learn. Motivation, yes. People like us keep on talking. I am only motivating you to come along. In Tamil, there is one song. In Tamil, there is a song. I will explain not by singing, but explain what the song notes run. I sing a song for everybody need to be blessed. I sing a song for everyone's life best. But who is going to sing a song for my blessing? The song sentence comes like this. I sing a song for everyone to live blessed. But who is going to sing a song for me to be blessed? In Tamil, அது என்ன சொல்லலாம்? எல்லோரும் நலம் வாழ நான் பாடுவேன், but நான் வாழ யார் பாடுவார்? Anybody knows in Tamil? They can hear it. That's it. Who is going to bless me when who is going to sing a song for me for my bless? Anyway, motivation is given by people like us, but very important that motivation need to get channelized. Attitude is very important. We lose our attitude, we get into temperament, we get into anger mode. All the time. It happens. Very difficult. We lose our many living status. It happens. Sometimes the one which is followed you the best, it is supposed to go to the bad run one day. I'm sure. 15 years ago, the one you learned was so fantastic. It has to die one day in front of you. Then you will become an unneeded man, unwanted man. It happens in every life. Agriculture was the best businesses in the year 2000, 1920s, 1980s, 1940s. Whoever is having a land of 5 acres, 20 acres, 50 acres are the richest people. Today they are on the road, unable to get anything. Even they have the lands of 10 acres land. Farming business was only the best of Indian economy in the year of 1900s. In 2023 of today, the farmers have become a beggar. They have the land either in a smaller form or large one, whatever. But anybody wants to say I'm a farmer? Do you want to say I'm a farmer? So the world has changed. So the scenario of India market has changed. We only go with the machine. Post World War II and one later French Revolution found agriculture is based only industrialization is going to make us living. Agriculture is waste, industrialization is the best found in the World War, post World War I. Please take this point and go through wherever you want to understand about what did I say. Then, well, attitude, as I explained you need to change. Learning new attitudes by HR front, communication front, personalities front, interpersonal skill front. Last is a network. Wherever there is a possibility, go and check it yourself, find out yourself for getting an employment. The problem is unemployable, whoever in the market of today is not called for. Either various reasons, only the freshers up to the age of post-qualified in their BE or whatever, from the age of 20 to 25, 26, 28, 30, aged segments are easy getting a job. Understanding the technology speed also faster. But if you fall across 45, 50 and above, you need to have your own network or finding your own network to go along, finding it in all the way across. Otherwise, getting a job in the market of today is very complicated. So as I said, this slide is pad man. Presentation ability, dependability, motivation, attitude and network. So that's why I put it pad man. Again, some more syncronym. Solar. Solar is the new term of our electricity alternative. I'm just trying to make you to your brain to somewhat accept this, learn new skill, solar energetic, learn new skill, adjust to a new outlook, change where to look for work, answer, develop good answers, access resources. That is why I want to put it in solar. Ending the entire event of today, thank you very much, Dr. Ravindra, giving an opportunity to talk to you again and one more with all the students. participants, scholars, research, and their other professionals in their own fraternity, giving me an opportunity and complete the session today. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ravichandranji, for your presentation. We wish you all the success and look forward for more sessions in future. And also congratulate you for being part of this Republic Day celebrations.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Wanting of anyone willing to ask me a question or any open, I invite them. Please come forward, ask something.
Yeah, if anyone has any queries, you can raise your hand. Hope there are no queries. Okay, fine. You can stop sharing your screen so that we can invite our next speaker.
Sure, sir.
So we have Arka Das, BBA student, Institute of Engineering and Management from Kolkata. He is willing to present on India's leadership on the global stage, navigating challenges and opportunities during G20 presidency. Arka Das, you can unmute yourself. Yeah, do you have PPT?
Good evening, everyone.
Arka
Sir,
Das,
can I start?
yeah, do you have any PPT?
Yes, sir.
Just a second. Okay, minimize the registration window. Do not close it. Now you can share, switch on your video and share your presentation.
Thank you, sir. Good evening, everyone. Good evening, sir. I am Marco Das from Kolkata, and I am doing BBA from Institute of Engineering and Management, Kolkata. First of all, I would like to thank Ravindra sir for giving me this opportunity to participate. I am going to present my topic, India's leadership on the global stage, navigating challenges and opportunities during the G20 presidency. So, without wasting any time, let's start.
Arka Das, you are not seen, ma. Your video is still off.
Sir, can I start? Is it visible?
No, you are not visible. PPT is visible, but we can't see you. Can you switch on your video?
Sir, actually, I'm sharing my screen. So,
Or once you switch on your video, we will take screenshot, then you can switch off if you have any issue. Because for record purpose, we need to have other speakers, we know them, they have already presented. So you are first time presenting, I think.
yes, sir.
So we need for record purpose.
Okay, sir.
So just a second, let me take screenshot. Okay, you can continue.
Sir, is the PPT visible?
Yes, ma'am, please continue. You have a lot of background noises. Can you move to interiors so that we can minimize? Background noise,
Okay, sir, just a second.
or you can close doors or windows.
Sir, is it okay?
Yeah, now better, ma. Please continue.
Okay, sir. So, my topic is India's leadership on the global stage, navigating challenges and opportunities during the G20 presidency. India's leadership on the global stage during its G20 presidency signifies a crucial juncture in navigating multifaceted challenges and embracing opportunities. From economic disparities to environmental sustainability, India faces the task of fostering international cooperation. The presidency offers a platform for India to showcase its commitment to inclusive policies, innovative solutions, and diplomatic finish. This role not only shapes India's global image but also positions it as a key influencer in steering the world towards resilience and collaboration amid pressing global issues.
Your slides are not
So,
changing, ma. You are still on the title slide. Yeah, now on introductions.
so, India plays a significant role in global affairs, characterized by its growing economic strength, diplomatic influence, and strategic importance. As one of the world's largest economies, it actively engages in international trade and investment. India's diplomatic efforts focus on fostering relationships with major powers, participating in global forums, and contributing to peacekeeping missions. Its geopolitical significance is evident in partnerships with countries across Asia, Africa, and the West. Additionally, India addresses global challenges such as climate change and sustainable development, showcasing its commitment to multilateral cooperation. Next, historical context. India's journey in global diplomacy has developed significantly with active engagement in international forums, paving the way for its increased prominence, eventually culminating in the G20 presidency. Founding member of the Non-Aligned Movement, NAM, India, since gaining independence in 1947, was a founding member of NAM, emphasizing its commitment to neutrality and non-alignment during the Cold War. Economic reforms and globalization, 1991 onward. India's economic reforms in the early 1990s contributed to its integration into the global economy. Market-oriented policies led to increased foreign direct investment and trade, fostering international economic ties. Active participation in international organizations. India has been actively involved in various international organizations such as the United Nations, BRICS, and the G77. This participation allowed India to voice its perspectives on global issues and contribute to the shaping of international policies. G20 engagement. India's active participation in G20 summits reflected its commitment to global economic governance. As it assumed the G20 presidency, India played a pivotal role in shaping discussions on issues like economic growth, sustainable development, and financial stability. India's journey in global diplomacy has been marked by a gradual shift from a preliminarily non-aligned stance to proactive engagement, leveraging economic reforms, strategic partnerships, and participation in international forums to assert itself on the world stage. Next, G20 overview. The G20 or Group of 20 is a forum for international economic cooperation and decision making. It consists of 19 individual countries and the European Union representing the world's major economies. The member countries are Argentina, Australia, Brazil, Canada, China, France, Germany, India, Indonesia, Italy, Japan, Mexico, Russia, Saudi Arab, South Africa, South Korea, Turkey, the United Kingdom, and the United States. The significance in global governance, economic powerhouses. The G20 includes nations that collectively account for a significant portion of the world's GDP and population. Decisions made within the G20 can have a substantial impact on global economic policies. Policy coordination. The G20 serves as a platform for member countries to discuss and coordinate policies on various economic issues such as trade, financial regulations, taxation, and development. This coordination helps prevent conflicts and promotes stability in the global economy. Inclusive dialogue. By bringing together both developed and emerging economies, the G20 ensures a more inclusive dialogue in global governance. This diversity of perspectives allows for comprehensive and balanced decision making. Global challenges. The G20 addresses a wide range of global challenges, including climate change, sustainable development, and inequality. It provides a space for leaders to discuss and collaborate on issues that require international cooperation. Summit diplomacy. The annual G20 summits bring together heads of state and government, providing an opportunity for high level diplomatic interactions. This facilitates direct discussions on critical issues and enhances relationships between member countries. In summary, we can say the G20's significance in global governance lies in its role as a key platform for major economies to coordinate policies, respond to crises, and addresses global challenges. Its inclusive nature and focus on economic issues make it a vital forum for fostering international cooperation and shaping the direction of the global economy. Next, economic diplomacy. India employs economic diplomacy as a strategic tool to advance its interests on the global stage. Bilateral and multilateral trade agreements. India actively engages in negotiations for bilateral and multilateral trade agreements. These agreements aim to enhance market access, reduce trade barriers, and promote economic cooperation with various countries and regions. Act East policy. India's Act East policy focuses on strengthening economic ties with countries in East and Southeast Asia. This includes initiatives to boost trade, investment, and connectivity, fostering economic collaboration in the region. Participation in international organizations. India actively participates in international economic organizations like the G20, BRICS, and WTO. Through these platforms, India seeks to influence global economic policies, promote inclusive growth, and addresses issues related to trade and development, goods and service taxes. The implementation of GST in India is a significant economic reform. It simplifies the taxation system, promotes a common market, and contributes to ease of doing business, making India an attractive destination for investment. Foreign direct investment, FDI liberalization. India has undertaken measures to liberalize FDI policies across sectors, attracting foreign investment and fostering collaboration. The Make in India campaign is closely linked to efforts to boost FDI. India's economic diplomacy is dynamic and tailored to its national priorities. The approach involves a mix of strategic alliances, policy reforms, and targeted initiatives to enhance economic growth, attract investment, and promote cooperation on the global economic stage. Next, climate change and sustainability. India, during its G20 presidency, would likely emphasize the importance of global cooperation in addressing climate change and advancing sustainable development. Actions and commitments during this period is advocacy for green finance. India may encourage discussions on green finance to mobilize funds for sustainable projects both domestically and globally. Technology transfer. India might advocate for the transfer of clean and sustainable technologies for developing nations, ensuring that they have access to tools necessary for sustainable development. Adaptation and resilience. Given its vulnerability to climate change impacts, India could focus on discussions related to adaptation strategies and building resilience, particularly in developing countries. International Solar Alliance (ISA). India played a crucial role in establishing the International Solar Alliance, a coalition of countries with high solar potential. The ISA aims to promote solar energy, reduce the cost of technology, and facilitate sustainable development. Promotion of circular economy. India may highlight the importance of transitioning towards a circular economy to reduce waste and promote sustainable consumption and production patterns. It is important to note that the specifics would depend on the global context, the state of international cooperation, and the priorities set by India during its G20 presidency. For the latest and most accurate information, it would be advisable to refer to official statements and reports from the relevant time period. Multilateral, sorry, multilateral cooperation. Yes, India places a strong emphasis on multilateralism in its global strategy, recognizing the importance of collaborative efforts in addressing shared concerns within the G20. Global governance and economic stability. India acknowledges that complex global challenges such as economic instability and financial crisis require collective solutions. Active participation in the G20 allows India to contribute to discussions on global economic governance, promoting stability and resilience. Trade and investment. In the G20, India engages in discussions on international trade and investment, advocating for fair and open markets. Multilateral cooperation within the G20 framework helps addresses trade-related challenges and promotes economic growth on a global scale. Climate change mitigation. Given the global nature of climate change, India recognizes the need for collaborative efforts within the G20. Discussion on climate change mitigation and adaptation involve coordinated action to address environmental challenges, reflecting India's commitment to sustainable development. Global health. During the COVID-19 pandemic has underscored the importance of multilateral cooperation in public health. India collaborates within the G20 to address health-related challenges, including vaccine distribution, strengthening health systems, and responding to future health crises. Next is regional and global security. India actively contributes to regional and global security through various partnerships and collaborations, recognizing the importance of stability for international peace. United Nations peacekeeping. India is one of the largest contributors to United Nations peacekeeping missions. Indian military and police personnel participate in operations worldwide, promoting peace and stability in conflict zones. Indian Ocean Region (IOR). Given its strategic location in the Indian Ocean, India plays a crucial role in ensuring maritime security. It engages in partnerships with regional and global stakeholders to address challenges such as piracy, illegal fishing, and other maritime threats. Strategic partnerships. India has strategic partnerships with countries like the United States, Russia, Japan, and others. These partnerships often involve defense cooperation, joint exercises, and information sharing to enhance regional and global security. Regional groupings. India actively participates in regional groupings such as the South Asian Association for Regional Cooperation (SARC) and the Shanghai Cooperation Organization (SCO). Through these forums, India collaborates with neighboring countries to address security challenges and promote regional stability. Humanitarian assistance and disaster relief (HADR). India actively engages in providing humanitarian assistance and disaster relief in the aftermath of natural disasters. Its quick response capabilities contribute to regional stability and strengthen ties with affected nations. In conclusion, we can say India's G20 presidency stands as a pivotal chapter in global leadership. Throughout this tenure, India has demonstrated a commitment to addressing pressing challenges while embracing opportunities for collaborative progress. From economic policies to geopolitical initiatives, innovations, and sustainable development goals, India's multifaceted approach exemplifies and dedication to shaping a more interconnected and resilient world. As we reflect on the accomplishments achieved during this presidency, we look forward with optimism to sustain global cooperation, acknowledging that navigating challenges and seizing opportunities requires collective commitment from all G20 nations. India's leadership has not only contributed to the success of the G20 agenda but has also set a precedent for inclusive and forward-thinking global governance. Thank you, sir.
Congratulations, no?
Sorry, sir.
Congratulations. Well presented. You can improve much
Thank
better
you, sir.
next time.
Thank you, sir.
Wishing you all the success in your future endeavors.
And sir, here's the QR code. You can scan the code and give your feedback through a form.
Sure. Participants, kindly make note of it. If you have any feedback to be shared, you can share it directly or you can raise your hand or use chat box to provide feedback as well. So you can stop sharing the screen.
Okay, sir.
I hope there are no queries. Okay, then we'll move on to our next presentation.
Okay, sir. Thank you.
Anyone else willing to present or ready to present? You can share your details or raise your hand. Kindly share your details in chat box so that we can invite you. Or anyone participating would like to make a presentation. As today it is a freestyle presentation, you can choose your topic and make presentation. And for certificates, ensure that you are completing the registration so that we have your details with us for issue of certificate. And also kindly send an email with all your details and your photograph and your PPT so that in case we require your details and flyer also will be prepared because on the spot we have permitted few presentations, so we couldn't receive your photo and other details in advance. So if you can send your photograph and other details to our email ID along with PPT, we can also prepare a flyer along with your certificates and share it on the website. You can download that flyer and website and you can submit to your universities. Dear friends, the registration form has been shared in the chat box that is applicable for both the quiz as well as the registration for this event. We request everyone to register and also provide your feedback in the Zoom platform, which has been shared in the form of polls, so that we can prepare your certificates and upload it on the website, and you can download your certificates in 2 to 3 working days. Once we receive all your details, your photo, your PPT, along with your details to our email address. So make sure you are completing the formalities. Once we receive your details, we'll prepare your certificate and update it on website. Participants also ensure that your details are available with us so that all the certificates are prepared at once and updated on the website. So the registration form for quiz as well as this event has been shared in the chat box through Google form. Those who have not yet completed, we request you to complete that form. And there is one more last presentation by a senior professor. So we are waiting for, she will be joining in a couple of minutes. And then we shall conclude. So we request everyone to fill the feedback form in the meanwhile and also register if not registered using the quiz form. You can also attempt a quiz. Both you will get both the certificates. Quiz, you have a separate certificate for quiz, and for this participation and presentation, presenters will get presentation certificate. Participants will have participation certificate. If you are doing both presentation as well as participation, you will get both participation and presentation certificates. So each certificate is different. So we request you to complete the formalities for each certificate as required. To get all the 3 certificates, if you are attempting the quiz, making presentation, and as well as participating. And those who are willing to present, if anyone else can share your details along with your topic so that we can invite you before the speaker joins us.
वायुसेना इस समारोह को नई ऊंचाइयों पर ले जाती हुई कुछ ही देर में यहाँ शानदार फ्लाई पास्ट।
And today we are showing you actually aerial shots taken specially to actually make this whole fly past become very real for you. And these are shots taken from Prachand, the first formation, which is in a short while from now will go past the saluting base. And these shots have been specially procured and are presented here so that not only do you get a real, or if you want to say surreal experience of the complete fly past, and to herald the beginning of the second innings, the Prachand formation led by our very own indigenously manufactured light combat helicopter flanked by the Apache and indigenous advanced light helicopter Mark IV in arrow formation led by Group Captain Deepak Vishnoi. The Apaches are from 125 Helicopter Squadron. Gladiators, being captained by Group Captain Anand Kumar Yadav and Wing Commander Hashir Habib, Vayusena Medal, with Squadron Leader Ragi Ramachandran as the co-pilot. And following them were Wing Commander Rupendra Kumar Mishra and Wing Commander Sushil Khajuria in the indigenously designed and developed helicopters of the 116 helicopter unit known as the Tank Busters.
और प्रचंड फॉर्मेशन के बाद अगली फॉर्मेशन होगी तंगेल। ये दृश्य कैसा दिखता है, ये फॉर्मेशन आपके लिए खास तौर पर इनको रिकॉर्ड किया गया और इस समय आप इन्हें देख सकते हैं। और कुछ ही देर में यहां पर हेरिटेज फ्लाइट का डकोटा विमान और 2 डॉनियर विमानों के साथ विग फॉर्मेशन में यहां से गुजरेंगे। 1971 के भारत पाक युद्ध में वायुसेना की ट्रांसपोर्ट फ्लीट की शानदार भूमिका को तंगेल एयर ड्रॉप से याद करते हुए इस फॉर्मेशन का नाम रखा गया है। विंग कमांडर AK सिंह और विंग कमांडर HD काला डकोटा विमान को उड़ा रहे हैं। तंगेल 2 जो डॉनियर विमान है उसकी कमान विंग कमांडर शुभम मिश्रा के हाथों में, उनके साथ फ्लाइट लेफ्टिनेंट साई श्रद्धा, और जो दूसरा डॉनियर विमान होगा उसमें स्क्वाड्रन लीडर निकिता मल्होत्रा और उनके को पायलट फ्लाइट लेफ्टिनेंट N गुरुनाथन। तंगेल फॉर्मेशन में निगाहें आकाश की ओर, राष्ट्रपति भवन की तरफ। वहां आकाश में एक एक करके ये हवाई जहाज कर्तव्य पथ की ओर बढ़ते हुए।
And in the misty skyline we can see the Tangel formation. Our cameras are trying their best to catch perfect shots for you, being led by an Indian Air Force Dakota of Heritage Flight with 2 Dorniers of 41 Squadron in big formation, going past a saluting base. And now after Tangel, we look forward to the next formation, which is the Arjun formation, named after Marshal of the Air Force Arjun Singh. And these are shots from the formation taken, and these are not live shots, we'd like to remind you. This formation will be led by the C-295, the latest tactical transport aircraft of the Indian Air Force from 11th Squadron, being captained by Group Captain
Yeah, so after this wonderful sight, we have with us our next speaker, Dr. Chandrakala Diyali. She is a senior assistant professor from Amity University, Noida. We welcome you, ma'am, to the 75th Republic Day celebrations, and then on this occasion to address the gathering. Over to you for your session.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you to the organizer, Ravindra sir, and the whole team, along with Mary Florence, ma'am. Today, on this great occasion of, Republic Day, I would like to congratulate each one of you who is present here, and let us rejoice this great day when we had adopted a great constitution, greatest of all constitution for our country, where we have promised, few values that should be taken ahead in order to make our country the great country. So with this, I would like to start with my presentation. Am I audible, sir? Am
Yes,
I audible enough?
Yes,
Okay.
ma'am. We can see you.
So, yeah. So I'll just give you my topic today is, how how can we make, by following the values of constitution, how we can make our country follow the values of Ram Rajya, So we have recently had Pran Pratishtha of, Ram Mandir and Ram Idol, and we have really struggled for, for many, many years in order to achieve this great, success, to have a mandir for all the devotees of Rama. And, he had been actually, Ram was born as a prince. He was born as a prince, and he was supposed to succeed his father. And what makes him actually, Ramayana, Ram, the values of Ram was so strong that it is still so relevant in today's world. So I'll just give you all a little background about how constitution was built. So in August 29th, 29th, Dr. B.R. Ambedkar, he is the father of Indian Constitution, and he was appointed as a chairman, chairman of drafting committee, and for writing the India new constitution, he was appointed on that day. And 26th November 1949, Constituent Assembly of India was adopted, the Constitution of India, which came into effect from 26 January 1950. So I'll just give you a backdrop. 1928 it started, and it is all parties conference convened a committee in Lucknow, where they were supposed to prepare the Constitution of India. And we as a country was under the dominance of East India. So we took a plunge that we'll have our own constitution, and they, all these parties, they had a conference at Lucknow, and they were supposed to prepare the Constitution of India, and it was known as Nehru Report. And as all of us know that 1857 to 1947, it was British rule. So when we got the independence, a new constitution was created. So whole India, actually, in order to have this constitution for the whole country had to be united first, because there were a lot of princely states and all. So they had to be made agreed to be a great union, a strong union as a country, to come together to have this constitution of the country be, enforced. Otherwise it was not possible, because if a few chunks of princely states and all, they don't kind of agree to be in the union, then there were a lot of problem. So there came the great person who was there, the Iron Man of India, Sardar Bhai Vallabhbhai Patel and VP Menon. They did this formidable task, and with this, Constitution of India, this Indian Independence Act 1947 and Government of India Act 1935 was repealed. And just to give you a good glance on, how the historical, this historical phases of passing of different, acts happen. I'll just give you a historical evolution of Indian Constitution. I've already explained the backdrop. So various layers in the background of the Indian Constitution was, first of all, it was Regulating Act 1773. Then again, Pitt's India Act 1784. Then Charter Act of 1813. And then again, Charter Act of 1833. Then Charter Act of 1853. Then Government of India Act 1858. Then comes Indian Council Act 1861. Then India Council Act 1892. Then Morley-Minto Reform 1909, sorry, and Montagu-Chelmsford Reform 1919. Then Government of India Act, all of us we know, Act 1935. Then Indian Independence Act 1947. So these were the acts were in some way instrumental in the development of Indian Constitution. So I'll just explain you very important, that is, with the enforcement of Constitution of India, the two acts were repealed: Government of India Act 1935 and Indian Independence Act. Let us go to that historical backdrop. History of Indian Constitution, Government of India Act 1935 and All India Federation was proposed, which would consist of British India and the princely states. This never materialized, though. Subjects were divided between the center and the provinces. Diarchy was abolished at the provincial level and introduced at the center. More autonomy was accorded to the provinces, and provinces were states. And in 6 out of all 11 provinces, the bicameral legislature was introduced, and a federal court was established, and the Indian Council was abolished. Burma and Aden were severed from India, and this act provided for the establishment of the RBI. The act continued until it was replaced by the new Indian Constitution. Now come history of Indian Constitution, the very vital act, which I've already mentioned. These, with this, with the enforcement of Indian Constitution, these two acts got repealed. Indian Independence Act 1947 as well. And here, according to this, we had this: India was declared independent and sovereign. The viceroy and the governor were made constitutional nominal heads, set up responsible government at the center and the provinces, assigned both legislative and executive power to the Constituent Assembly of India. So this is the backdrop. Now let us go back, go to our preamble, the Constitution of India, which I'm going to explain now. How, now we have already had the Pran Pratishtha, and where we are all inclining, or where we are all looking forward to Ram Rajya kind of scenario in our country, in our great country. But how is that possible? So is the Constitution as a background or as a foundational ground, can we achieve the Ram Rajya? Let us just explore that. So as per the preamble to the Constitution of India, we say we the people of India, having solemnly resolved to constitute India into a sovereign. So what is the sovereignty? The sovereign is like we exercise power without limitation, so we have this power as a country to kind of do anything that we aspire to do, without any limit. We have a power to kind of have whatever is required by the country. Socialist is uh, who supports a political or economic philosophy that says society as a whole, rather than private companies, should own or control various goods and services. So socialist is where, you know society takes the ownership of the profit, or they take the ownership of everything, whatever benefits are there, that is equally being shared, that is being kind of equally distributed, and labors are being given the importance and all. And then comes secular. That means not having any connection with religion and all that. We've got to ensure that our country is secular, in a way that our political system, our different system in the country, like three pillars of the country: judiciary, legislature, and executive, these should not be influenced by any religion, and and the kind of the baseline is that no religion should have a right to interfere in the process of country's development. So that means it should not adhere to any one religion or philosophy of one religion. And we should all ensure that kind of not only influence, but we would not be guided by the philosophy of any one religion. That is very, very important. And the other one is democratic. So as all of us know, the values of democracy, that means by the people, for the people, and of the people. And not only that, but it is to do with equality, fraternity. It is to do with freedom, liberty. But that needs to be executed, or that needs to be used within the limited domain, in the sense there should be limit on freedom to expression. It should not harm the sovereignty of the country, and all that needs to be taken care. So the other one is republic. So republic is a state in which supreme power is held by the people and the elected or nominated president, rather than a monarch. So republic is when we don't have any, as I've already explained, when we Sardar Bhai Patel, how he worked towards unifying the country in order to ensure that our ensure that our constitution is enforced in the functioning of our country after independence. So this date, 26th of November 1949, was very important. That's the Constituent Assembly of India adopted the Constitution of India that came into effect from 26 January 1950. Now, see, here, now all this sovereign country, socialist country, secular country, democratic country, republic country, now why we need to adhere to all this all these values, is because we want justice for all. And what kind of justice? Social, economic, and political justice. And so that every person in this country feels liberated, in thinking what they want to think, and expressing their views, what they want to express, and have their own, follow their own, belief and faith, and do their worship, and equality of status and of opportunity, so that it would promote fraternity among us. That means equality, as we already know, equality has to go along with equity. That means everyone is equal, but if because of any reason, historical reason, or because of any kind of structural functioning system of the country has made some community not got that opportunity, they should be given, ensured with equity, right? So why and how we can promote that, all these values, is through fraternity. That fraternity is assuring the dignity of every individual and the unity and integrity of the nation, so that our constitution is meaningful. That's for the reason the chairperson, Dr. B.R. Ambedkar, had come up and chaired, and with that vision, these visionary leaders, Vallabhai Patel and Sardar Vallabhai Patel and Gandhiji, or in that case, Dr. B.R. Ambedkar and many other leaders that time, they strive hard in order to bring all that values through constitution, and today when we are celebrating, you see, on that particular day when when we announce that Ram Rajya is going to be on, now our country has to follow, so we have a big onus, when we are announcing that when we have kind of proclaimed that now on, our country is going to follow the philosophy of Rama. So it is very, very difficult. Actually, it is very, very difficult. Why difficult? Because we've got to follow, if you want to follow the path of Rama, you've got to follow the constitution in totality, because constitution of the, see, a preamble itself, a very glance, we have seen justice, liberty, equality, fraternity, and how Rama has been able to kind of epitomize all of these values in his lifetime. I'll tell you, his, he, when he grew up with 3 mothers. So, and he treated each one of them equally. He never had such feeling of discrimination, among, I mean, his own mother he respected, but he respected the rest of the mothers also. And he treated all the brothers, though they were not kind of those brothers, his siblings did not come from the own mother, but he treated those brothers with a lot of respect and compassion. That also, I mean, that is like, he had so much of love in him, so much of respect for in him. And he, even though he was supposed to be the next person to take over the, I mean, coronation, but still, he had so much of affection towards towards his brothers. And it was not his mother who suggested him to, or who told him to go for exile. It was his stepmother, father's the another wife had directed him to go for exile soon after his marriage, soon after his wedding. And he did not even question that, he was so obedient. Now there is like love, affection, and obedience. See, I mean, so much of obedience he had this utter faith in whatever his mothers, the elders have directed him, and it became, it came to him as a command, and he said, I will go now, I will go for exile. So without questioning the authority, he went, and that shows love, affection, and respect. And not only that, he had to abide by the rules and regulation that were there, because his father had given a word to his uh, you know uh, third wife, that you have saved my life, and one day the day would come when I would be able to kind of grant you whatever you ask for. Then that time the wife said, the third wife said, I would I mean, I would not want now, but I would one day take this privilege of asking you, and you have to give me without any question. So he said, okay, fine. So he never disrespected the word, that was given to the wife, third wife, by his father. So that is like utter faith in father. Whatever the father directed him, he took it as an order, or he took, it was as a command, and then he went for exile. Now, when in exile also, he could have just ventured around, and he was a great personality. He was a great he was born as an ordinary prince in a, yeah, of course, in a great family, but he could have become ordinary. What made him extraordinary is because of his intrinsic values, the human values, that made him so distinctive as a prince, and that made him a distinguished personality, a very, very prominent figure in the past, in the traditional time, and he is relevant till today. So we need such kind of children today. And I would encourage all the participants, those who are students out here, you have to have faith in your parents. You've got whatever they ask of you, and whatever they tell you to do, you've got to obey that without any question, because it is good for you if you obey them timely, and you'll understand, if you obey and achieve something, and most of the thing in life, then you'll realize that that obedience has helped me to achieve whatever I had to achieve. So you would realize that nothing good thing would not go futile. The other thing is, uh, uh, you know I mean, there was some kind of drama that had to occur. Actually, he was Lord Rama. His wife wouldn't have been snatched away by the Ravana, but he had to dramatize everything in order to show that how the human being should be in a time of bottleneck kind of time, when you have nothing, and when you are in a such a situation where everything is squeezed out of you and all, such kind of crisis, that's what we call in English. In a crisis time, how you behave, how you conduct yourself, how you respond to such different stimuli, that also shows what you are inside. For example, I keep giving this example. If you are an orange, once that orange is squeezed out, the orange juice would come. If you are a bitter god, then the bitterness would squeeze out. So whatever you are, in the crisis time, the personality pops up. And these days, I've been hearing, and sometimes I sit and watch that something that is not being liked by good people, big boss, there actually, that is the that serial shows that particular program shows that how people behave in a under a crisis situation, where You are just having nothing, no digital gadgets are there, and you are put in one room, one house, and you have to stay with people, doing all the household chores, and how you behave, so the same situation we are also there. And Lord Rama was also there. So he was put in a situation where he had nothing. He had his very, very loyal and very committed wife, and he had his brother who wanted to be with him desperately. So he got all of them together, and then he had to be under the shelter of the Prakriti. So that time, the after Sita Maya was taken away by Ravana, so what he tries to kind of show that how things has to be achieved, a formidable task needs to be achieved. So what he did was, he first surveyed the area. He tried to find people, community, and he tried to look for people who could be helpful in achieving that formidable task, and through his life, uh, you know through his life no through his don't disturb me through his life experiences, he tried to show how you have to act, how you have to respond. So what he did was, he first found people like Hanuman was there, Jatayu was there, and then Sabri was there, Kevat was there, Hanuman was there, and then many other things, Sugriv was there, so, and many other people. He made a community of people for him in order to achieve that formidable task of getting Sita Maya back to him. So what he did was, he showed that how somebody's devotion has to be respected towards you, no matter, irrespective of the fact what community or caste or um, you belong to. You need to have to be respected by Lord Rama. You need to have that unwavering faith in Lord Rama, and what he showed, Sabri had that faith. She had been waiting for Lord Rama to come, because she had heard about the values of Lord Rama. Okay, so that way, she used to sweep that floor all the time, and she used to collect the flowers, and she used to place on the road, and in order to welcome Rama. And one day, that Lord Rama is coming into her kuti, and she was there to serve him with the natural organic, berry. And then, before, and she has so much of love, affection for the Lord Rama. She was blindfolded with with the bhakti, that she tasted. That she never thought that she is tasting it. She tasted, and she was feeding it to Lord Rama. And Lord Rama was so smiling face, radiant face. He was accepting that fruit from Sabri. And irrespective of the fact that Sabri was not a good looking woman, Sabri hunchback, and and she had only the beauty she had was a dedication, utter 101% commitment, and faith in her, that made her a supreme, being. That whenever Rama goodness would be talked about, whenever Rama's values would be talked about, it is always Sabri who is being talked about. Her bhakti is being talked about. So, bhakti hoto, if you have a commitment, if you have a, kind of bhakti, you need to have a bhakti. That means towards the country, we need to have an unwavering faith, in our country, unwavering support for our country. And we need to, as an entrepreneur, as a teacher, as a professor, as a organizer of a program, or event managers, or a politician, or a prime minister, president, we need to have that total dedication towards the country. So that kind of dedication Sabri had shown. The other one is, if I talk about, Kevat was there. Kevat is a low caste person. Whenever Rama is being talked about, Kevat is always being mentioned, as a facilitator. As a facilitator, he's talked about. See, why would Lord Ram be kind of talked with Kevat? Whenever we discuss about Lord Rama and his values, why Kevat is being mentioned? Rama, as a Lord Rama, he would have just condemned, or he would have just erased off that. Why he wanted to portray with his, in his long story, why Kevat he wanted to bring in? It is not his caste that mattered to him. It is not his profession that mattered to him, Lord Rama. It is his, it is his total dedication and commitment, and very, very positive, positive attitude, that okay, fine, Lord Rama, if you can please make me that privileged person to sell you through or across the river to take you that side, I would be so glad to do that. When Kevat, offered him to sail through and go across the river. So that shows that how positive was Kevat, So his name is being mentioned there. Lord Rama wanted that kind of commitment, that kind of facilitator, that kind of optimism, that kind of proactiveness, like Kevat. We need to be that way, in order to serve our country, in order to serve our nation in any kind of role that we are in. And we are talking about Hanuman now. So Hanuman is like, he had already forgotten that he could fly. He could do that formidable task of going and meeting the Sita, and then burning down the ego of Ravana by burning down the whole castle, beautiful golden castle of Ravana. Actually, Lord Rama would have, actually, when we talk about Ravan was a Shiv Bhakt. And see, whenever Rama started any good thing, in that forest, in order to achieve any good thing, he always established the Shivling, and then he worshipped and started his, journey. So he had this utter respect for the Shiva. The Lord Ram had this he showed that utter bhakti towards Shiva, but he became the means to kill Ravana. Why it happened? Because Ravana, even though he belonged to the same faith, he belonged to the same religion. If we talk about that time, there was no religion. The only religion was, actually, Ram showed with this story of the life of Ram, the experiences of Ram. He tries to tell people, it is no religion that I want to give you. I want to give you the religion of humanity, the values, human values, the ethics, that you need to follow in order to become apple of my eye. So he chose a monkey looking person, a person who looks exactly like a monkey. He had this tail, he had the face, and he had this mm, hair and all. He was a monkey looking person. But why Rama wanted him to be highlighted? Because of his utter dedication, his competency, because he tried to use that to self-sacrifice his life towards the service of Lord Ram. So Lord Ram wants to tell all of us that if you want dedication towards me, have a dedication like Lord Hanumana. And after he did all that, did formidable task of meeting the Lord, Sita Maya, and then destroying the kind of devastating the ego of Ravana. So what he tried to show, that a small monkey figure person who's hardly to be believed that he could do anything, can do such formidable task if he has a blessing of Ram. So Lord Ram. So he just wanted, you don't have to be beautiful on face, you don't have to be beautiful in your look, but all that Rama requires is your utter belief in him, your dedication, your commitment, and build up that competency in you. As you are given the task, as you are given any kind of work, to kind of go ahead in your institute, you are being given, we as a professors, we are being given multiple tasks and all. We have to commit ourselves doing the work in a manner Hanuman had done. We can't compare with him, but he gives us, he is the epitome of servitude. We've got to serve our nation, we've got to serve our bosses, because everything, the leadership in the country is being granted by the Lord, the supreme power working somewhere. We don't know that. So we've got to ensure that we have all these values in order to make our country see in our in if we talk about a small unit of our society, that's our family. So each one of us should have, and his whole life, it shows that Lord Rama's life shows that in order to have a very fulfilling life, in order to fulfill the goals that are you are being, you as a soul are being born here, you have to serve the purpose. And serving the purpose, you don't have to exactly do as Rama, because he was born in that time. He had to show to the people that even though you are a worshipper of Lord Shiva, but if you are engulfed with or if you are filled with ego and negative ego, you are there to be crushed down. That is what is his whole life shows, that no matter if you are a Lord Shiva's bhakta, if you are Lord anyone's bhakta, if you are at present time, if you are devoted to Rama, but you are just there to kind of promote it, if you are just for the heck of promoting, if you are showing your faith, God would not spare. God would not spare, because you need to be a good human being. You need to have a right conduct. You need to fulfill the purpose you are being given that post for. So all that needs to be done in order to show that you are real Ram Bhakta. And in order to become Ram Bhakta, one body that gives you to look up to is a constitution. So see, that time they never had constitution. Constitution was whole of this constitution preamble. It shows what goodness in human being, that we can achieve sovereign, socialist, secular, democratic, republic, justice, liberty, equality, fraternity, only by following the goodness in you, by putting your good deeds into action, by putting your thoughts, good feelings into action. And you don't have to go there, worship this, show all the rituals along with, yes, rituals are good, I mean, if it is not harming any one of the other people, keeping fast, all this, following the rituals, daily life rituals, worshiping the Lord, playing the, as I have heard many of my colleagues saying, why to use the, ghanta, shank, conch, blowing up the conch, ringing the bell is important. You can just be silent and do, be in utter devotion to God. So I feel how you wish to do it, because that any music would give a positive dhwani to the environment. So I welcome for all that rituals, you know good things and all, but in doing the rituals, let us not pollute, because I've seen past few days and all are, we had a lot of um, celebrations, national festivals, and our religious festivals and all, festivity and all. People had done lot of dana and all, but I could see lot of junk of, lot of junks and lot of trashes and all, which was just here and there on the road and all. So we should be careful about that. All that Ram Rajya, in order to establish the Ram Rajya, we have to follow every decorum of constitution. And yes, we've got to ensure our sovereignty is established, and our in order to give freedom, justice, liberty, equality, our sovereignty would not be hampered. That we've got to be careful in a changing time, in a changing paradigm, and in such a dynamic world. We've got to be careful as a great nation, and then only we'll realize our goal, our common goal, our common future of Saksham Bharat, the Vikshit Bharat, Vikashit Bharat. So with this, I end my presentation. Thank you so much, Ravinder sir. Thank you. With my folded hand, once again, I thank Ravinder sir and the whole team. Thank you so much for listening to me, all the participants.
Thank you, ma'am. Very well connected with the Ram Rajya, the constitution that is need of the hour. We lack a lot of value, education, ethics, morals in the present education. Maybe, that's why the need for NEP, and also to bring even various programs like bachelor's, master's, even in research programs in value education, and so on. So we need to incorporate that as an elective paper, or in some way, especially in health sciences or behavioral sciences or social sciences. And we also need to put efforts so that we bring them into our social work curriculum as well, to include that such papers, so that we can understand our Indian philosophy and how to incorporate it through our practice. Very well connected, very much appreciated by everyone. Thank you, ma'am, once again, taking time from your busy schedule and joining and enlightening us on this wonderful topic, and being part of this 75th Republic Day celebrations. And we wish you all the success in your future endeavors and look forward for more sessions in future. So friends, we shall conclude it here. I know from 2 o'clock onwards, you have been part of these celebrations and continuing ongoing sessions. We thank each and everyone, and we request everyone to fill up the registration form, which has been already shared in the chat box, and also the feedback form, which has been shared in the Zoom platform in the form of polls, through which we collect the data required for preparing the certificates. So we request everyone to quickly fill up both the forms, and there is a certificate for each participation and presentation, and also merit certificates for quiz, and also participation certificate for quiz. So those who are scoring top scores, among the 3 top scorers will be issuing merit certificates, and all others will be getting participation certificates with the scores mentioned on the certificate. So with this, we wish you all once again Happy Republic Day. And before concluding, I would like to reshare the link, registration link, to everyone. Once again, those who have not completed registration and those who have not completed the quiz can also complete now. And you can share this link. This link is applicable for both celebrations as well as the quiz, and whoever wants to be part of this celebrations, at least for quiz, as we are concluding these presentations, so they can participate in the quiz. So already mentioned, on 29th November 1949, the Constituent Assembly of India adopted the Constitution of India, which came into effect from 26th January 1950. Since then, we are celebrating 26th January every year as Republic Day. The Ministry of Social Justice and Empowerment on 19th November 2015 notified the decision of Government of India to celebrate the 26th day of November every year as Constitution Day to promote Constitution values among citizens of India. So we celebrate that day as Constitution Day. So let's together read out the preamble to the Constitution of India and take pledge and promise ourselves and to all our fellow citizens. We, the people of India, having solemnly resolved to constitute India into a sovereign, socialist, secular, democratic republic, and to secure to all its citizens justice, social, economic, and political, liberty of thought, expression, belief, faith, and worship, equality of status and of opportunity, and to promote among them all fraternity, assuring the dignity of the individual and the unity and the integrity of the nation. In our Constituent Assembly, this 26th day of November 1949, and do hereby adopt, enact, and give to ourselves this Constitution. So let's all promise, pledge ourselves and to all our fellow citizens to be a responsible, safe, and caring citizen. And let's all promise to treat others the way you want to be treated and shall follow the fundamental duties and shall not in any way behave or act or conduct in any such manner encroaching, violating, restricting fundamental rights and freedoms of our fellow citizens. We shall strive and promote for harmony, happy, peaceful coexistence, prosperity, and well being of fellow citizens and nation. Jai Hind, Jai Bharat, Jai Jawan, Jai Kisan, Vande Mataram. With this, we conclude this event. We thank once again all the presenters and participants for joining this on this wonderful occasion of 75th Republic Day celebrations. And we wish you all happy 75th Republic Day. And we thank you once again, one and all, for being part of this celebration. Take care. Good night. All the certificates will be updated on the website after receiving your details in a day or two.